Oh, what up, guys? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Hope everyone's well. I am just collecting myself. What up,
Oh,
guys?
that's embarrassing.
Had my own stream pulled up just to see if everything was going all right. But anyway, um, hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone had a good couple of days. Um, Going to just kind of compile some reference pictures that I want to use today, and then I will be getting started. All right, time to get into this. I'll be honest, I am at least mentally feeling like I'm a little less prepared for today. Um, but lower body, as far as I currently know, doesn't have too much more bits and pieces than the upper body. That might change. Maybe I learned something today that changes that. But it makes me a little less scared, I guess. That's kind of a strong word. Makes me a little less scared, though. I think before hopping into this, I want to take a look at some actual anatomy. So I'm going to pull this sheet up that I have, this screenshot that my homie was so nice to send me. Save that, and maybe we can grab one more. Kind of show this actually. This is just Sketchfab. Let's see. There was one down here that I saw that I thought was all right. It's got Squidward's nose down there. We'll just take this one. And a lot of people don't know this. I didn't know this until recently, but if you do Windows key Shift S, you can snag yourself a little screenshot of whatever's on your screen. It's pretty handy. Pretty dang useful. All right. So yeah, I just want to take a look at these forms real quick before just hopping in. I'm going to tackle this the same way that I did with the upper body. Try and identify some of those forms and common shapes. I'm going to look at some artists that really appeal to me, and try and break down how it appears they look at, you know, their figures and anatomy, and then try and blend everything together. So, you know, once again, I'm going to start by building that understanding, trying to fix those things that, you know, maybe I don't understand super well. Then get into the imitating, which is, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's basically just tracing, copying, understanding, like marrying the understanding with the tracing so that I can imitate what I'm seeing, what they're doing. And then through that understanding and through that repetition, that imitating, hopefully by the end of the stream, or at least to a point where I feel comfortable, I can start replicating, and I can start doing these things from my own reference and imagination. I don't know, I'm not quite sure if I want to start off immediately throwing in full body. You know, Monday I did heads, Wednesday I did the upper body. I don't know if I want to immediately just jump into that, but you know, maybe with this first one I will. Looking at it, actually doesn't seem so bad. Could just hop right into it, or you know, whatever. So I'm gonna slowly go quiet as I start to zone in. But yeah, I've got chat pulled up. If anyone is gonna join and say what's up, I'll still be here, but I'm gonna put my head down and focus. this is where the belly button is. Okay. Now the main thing. I see this a lot. In fact, I'm going to get rid of this just so that I can better see. personally see too many extra planes and things on the back side. Of course, I'm still trying to get used to it, but yeah, I'm not noticing anything off the bat. If this wraps around from the inside of the leg, then this must be that same piece, I'm guessing. Oh yeah, it's pretty high up there, actually. Grab it one more time. Something like that. Yeah. Guessing that's the ankle. It's hard to see from this image that I have from the back. But I'm going to assume that this bulge that comes off of the foot there is the ankle. And maybe I get some better, like, foot reference. Get a better understanding of how this piece truly slots in there. For now, this is fine, but this is probably something I'll look at before before this goes on too long. In fact, you can kind of see this actually in the muscle fiber there. this, it was these guys. This band separates it, and then for sure it was not this purple one, not the green one, but these. And then this band, that's the front view. Cool. Side view, there's not really much that changes, especially when looking at other people's shorthand. I don't see them like indicating anything like here. So really what you see is like this line, you know, you'll have someone like draw a leg and they'll like always have this like thing here, or at least some indication of it, something like that. Like this. So do want to understand that, but building on the little understanding I do have, yeah, I can't think of any examples of shorthand that include any type of line or form that goes on the outside of the leg. Nothing that, I mean, immediately comes to mind. The line we were just talking about, followed by thigh meat. And again, I'm not super happy with the way that the feet are currently being described. I'm going to change that. I'm fairly certain. I just don't know. I think that'll come up here in a second whenever I start getting into some more breakdowns and stuff. But pretty good. I mean, this seems to include all of the like major forms and lines that I'm personally familiar with. The main one being this one right here. And then I like how some people turn the knee into this like shape. I think that's good. I think it looks good. Better understanding the foot, or the muscles of the calf would be nice. Just because I see a lot of people add this like extra bend sometimes, like not extra bend, but it's like a really exaggerated like bend here. But we'll get to that. I will get there. So, but anyway, yeah, this looks good to start off with. So I'm gonna move on to doing some of those breakdowns like I did the other day. Actually, let's start with one that we can see. Yeah, this is a good one. We can see everything here. So, just gonna start with legs, and then I'll go back to upper body as well, I think, maybe? Or maybe just do it all at once from the get-go. Maybe just all at once. I think that's the harder thing, right? So follow the contours. Hips, or maybe actually center line. Understand the hip rotation. The head is being, or the neck is being covered by the head. Traps plug in to the shoulders, 2/3. Can't see it there. The chest indicator. Indicating lines, I guess. I love this shadow. It's a really cool one. Arms coming straight out of the cavity, so not much there. Simple hand. And then arm connects to the shoulder. Upper body done for the most part. Eyeline, hairline. And now to the lower body. Keeping center mass is something I really want to remember, or else what ends up happening is I'll always be like trying to move my drawing around after the fact, which is fine. So, I mean, that's for the most part always going to be necessary, but if I can be conscious of it, you know, keeping those main points above each other. Taking a look at the legs again. There's not too much knee indication here. I think I'm starting to kind to see it. With this one, it helped a lot. It's like a this shape. There's like a hinge here. Doot, 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 doot. Maybe I could draw that better actually. At least this is what it feels like. It's like there's a hinge there, and the knee kind of bends around that hinge, and you know, it can be exaggerated sometimes, or not so much. Something like that. So that's kind of what I'm feeling here. Yo, what's up, man? I'm doing good. I'm a little tired, honestly. It was a busy night, but I'm feeling good. I'm ready to hit it. I'm starting to. I feel like I'm starting to. I mean, it's early. I've been. Oh, and I haven't been recording. It doesn't really matter. These ones go straight to YouTube. But I'm gonna start the recording now just in case. But anyway, I feel like I'm starting to again get some things kind of going in the brain space for like unlocking some of these commonalities that I'm noticing. The knee is starting to make a little bit more sense. Some of these areas and planes of the leg as well. But it's only been about 30 minutes minus the preparation and finding reference and stuff like that. So feeling optimistic. Got a whole like 5+ hours to go. So it's a lot of work to be done and a lot of work to get done. So I'm looking forward to it. But thank you, man. Hope you're well. Hope you're hanging out, getting ready for your weekend. This connects like up in here. If I so yeah, this tightens all the way. It connects all the way over to the side of the hip. I don't think that needs to be indicated. Good, you got this. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm getting there. Next week's I'm gonna start trying to tie everything together and start simplifying this understanding even more into like gesture drawing and stuff. So I'm excited for next week. Getting ready to start like preparing, I guess, to start like boarding and animating and stuff. So I'm just trying to lay the foundation right now, with refreshing myself on anatomy before hopping into it, but feeling good about it at least. The shorthand for the feet are just as wacky as the shorthand for the hands, but like this is just awesome. I love that. I really want to get better at knowing when this is acceptable and how to make it look good, because that's something that I wish more people would talk about. I don't know, this is just my opinion. As I'm learning, it's something that has helped me try and think of shorthand, but you know, shorthand is a style, like, as well. It's not just like simplifying, you know, things. Like, you're choosing to put things down, like, with appeal, and you're gonna appeal to certain things, you know, like these arms being like noodles and smaller, or choosing to, you know, make these forms bigger. Some people use stick figures, some people use blah 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 blah, but you know, it's got its own style, and knowing how to stylize your shorthand so that you can get away with things like this is very cool. We don't need to know it. I'm gonna do it though, just in case, or not just in case. I'm gonna do it just for now. The same thing on this leg. This band of meat wraps up and around into the hips. That hinging knee plugging in here. And I'm not breaking. I'm defining these forms a lot more than I would. But just like yesterday, that's kind of the it's kind of the intention at the beginning. It's trying to break these down and understand them as they are. Oops. And then simplifying for me comes later. So what is a new color? We'll just do it the same as the neck from yesterday. Just let the neck and the head come together. Cool. Yeah, I'm happy with that though. Looks good. I don't care much for the colors though. I think the colors, these look really nice the way they go together. this, maybe it's the, I don't know. It's like mirroring itself too much, but anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just for indication. This one. Okay, and then the contour. Center line and hips. The same hinge shape. It's not indicated, so I'm just trying to find it. It's kind of like what I'm thinking. Like if this is the top plane, this is, you know, this is the top, this is the side. Just trying to, you know, match that perspective. That's all I'm thinking, right? This comes down and would wrap into this like meaty chunk, but we're just going to do a kind of soft divide like that. Again, I wouldn't really be dividing this like this if I was, I don't know, like drawing, like gesture drawing or boarding or something like that. I'm just trying to get an idea of these forms. And so this wraps over into this hip area, but maybe there we go. Maybe that's good. But trying not to force it. You know, I just want an understanding of where this plane lives. I wonder if I should. I wonder if it's something more like. No, I don't think so. You know? Because this. The chunk of thigh meat. It's like this. And then up into the hips. It's like that. Something like that. I'll ignore it for now. No biggie. Indicator of the chest, 2/3. What is the arm doing? Plug it into the body cavity. Shoulder rests on top of that meat. This hand is tucked back. I want to pull it out just a little bit. just so I can see it. Following that straight line from the clavicle, the head, boop, it's plugged into the body. And then, wanted to add my own flair, my own understanding. But yeah, these shadows that keep getting added, really cool, really appealing. Foot come down. Cool. Another one down. I got a smoothie. Yeah. Cool. I'm glad with how, or I'm glad. I'm happy with how these are coming out. I'm less happy with the colors, but again, that doesn't matter. Yeah. Good stuff. Good understanding. I want to better understand the ankles and feet, but at the same time, I mean, it's such a simple, relatively simple like shape. It doesn't need to be like super. I'm not like drawing like feet, you know. feel like all of that will work just fine. Anyway, let's move on. Coming up on an hour, well, it's hard to say a full hour streaming because I spent so much time preparing, but coming up on an hour. So good job, nice, good stuff. Boom, boom. All right, so if I were drawing this guy, boom, boom. I'm really liking the thinner pen tip for sketching these out as well lately. So boom, this is that shape. Mark the center line, mark the hips, carve out, carve out the legs. Trying to keep that center balance in mind. He's bent over his leg, so his weight needs to be centered over his anchor point, if I'm not mistaken. And so this can bend out, especially as it gets more extreme and stuff. I think he just kind of, I don't know, how do I say, like, leans more over this. So just gonna try and keep that in mind while I'm working. Oh, there we go. The leg folds over itself and the waist. And so I would expect to see it here. Yo, what's up, Axel? I would expect to see it here, but you usually don't with these like side views. They just kind of let it, you know, exist. It's not really until you see something like this where you've got at least a soft indication of that separation of form. Strange. And even maybe you'd hint at it here. Just an observation, just something I'm noticing. So I'll just, you know, try and remember that, I guess. Like, these like side views, you know, not super necessary, so it seems, to indicate that is. But what's up, Axel? I hope you're well today, Friday. Yeah, I would like something, you know, some kind of cool shorthand like that. Like just some line, right? Some blending of understanding and anatomy, that could like better help indicate the changing planes, you know, here's the ankle, right? Here's the squish of the foot into the ankle, you know, I don't know, something like that. Straight lines work, curved lines work. Just what I'm thinking though. Man, this smoothie is bomb. head tucked behind the shoulder, arm plugged into that body cavity, and then connects with the shoulder into everything else. You know, it's not being shown here. And I gotta remember, sometimes it really doesn't need to be, so. I'm gonna leave these. I'm not gonna worry about coloring every single time. I feel like I'm gonna get more drawing done, and then maybe at the end of a page or something, I'll go back and really carve out the forms. I love this one. It was such a cool pose, and everything is so well indicated with the undersketch and just the forms that were, you know, chosen to be shown. It's very cool. But yeah, so mark those out, and then center line, follow the contour. If I'm thinking about this drawing, I'm trying to think, okay, what's this MFer doing? How are they getting into this pose? Center line carved out, find the hips, carve out that underwear piece. This leg is really bunched up into the hips, folding and overlapping the skin, so you kind of lose that indication of hip there as the thigh takes over. Those forms in the knee, leg bends. Our first little indication of the underfoot, which figuring the foot out just feels so good. You know, obviously I'm tracing right now, so it's hard to say that I have it good, but you know, being able to, like, how do I say, get that shape down, and then, like, in your mind's eye, like, see the bottom of the foot, just feels so nice. But bottom of the foot showing its first appearance, very fun. Again, use this as an example, but it's not showing, doesn't need to, but can indicate it if you wanted, which I think is pretty cool. Center of mass. Wow, I don't know if that's intentional, if that's something that this artist did on purpose, and then deleted it later, but man, I mean, not only, and I just, you know, I'm doing this, I'm just starting it right. Every single time, for the most part, underneath, not only are you going from center of mass on the ankle, where this guy's putting all of his weight, but it not only goes straight up the center line, but right up the head too, like, keeping that weight centered between your points, you know, whether that's 1 foot, or in this case, you know, 2 feet, you know, I'm guessing. It's really cool. It's very, very cool. I think it's a cool observation to make, and it's a cool observation to keep in mind when I'm drawing. Very, very cool. Um, all right. From there, marking out the shoulders, 2/3. Okay, what are these hands doing? Using a guard, and so that means our forearm has to connect properly. Striking some type of earthbender pose or something. Firebender, I don't know. Fire? Earth. Earthbender pose. Here, arm is being plugged into the cavity. So it's just coming straight out. Simple chest indicator. And that's Gucci. It's good. Good enough. Yeah, very cool. Chunky calves. Yeah, for sure. That's something that, I see a lot with this style. Is like you'll have, fairly thin arms and, legs. I wonder if it's supposed to build mass, right? Like looking over here. Oh, it's on the other page. Like looking over here, I wonder if, because the arms are kept so thin on this, right? Basically noodles. Even in the shorthand depiction over here, very thin, very noodle-like. But all of the weight in the leg is kept so big, and then the lower part is kept thin. I don't know if it's just quick pencil whipping or if that's intentional to maybe make the feeling of the kick when it's animated, feel more like a whip crack, have more momentum around it or something. But yeah, that is definitely something I've noticed, and it's something I'm trying to personally fix as well. Having these, how can I, having these like arms, right? Or whatever. I want to try and keep mine thinner just because I feel like lately I've been like really bulking them out, like using these shapes that we see when studying from like Kihun or really just Studio Mirror. The that shape that we're used to when it comes to arms and legs. I feel like I do over exaggerate it sometimes, but yeah, I wonder if it's intentional depending on the motion you're showing, or if it's just pencil whipping. Sometimes they're big, sometimes they're small. For me, I unintentionally at times do make them big, so yeah. Alright, boom, if I was drawing this, contrapposta, mark out the hips and the shoulders, put in contour of the body, you know, chest over here, back over here, connect that. Man, I really am loving the thinner pen. I think that feels really good to sketch with. Then the underwear shape here, plugging in. Probably should have done the center line first. That's what happens, you know, when tracing, if you're not thinking like I wasn't. You just kind of go from bit to bit, like, you know, here's the arm, blah, blah, blah. But I want to make sure that I'm thinking about how I would craft this if it were, you know, a blank page, right? And for me, that would be center line into all this stuff, or whatever. So, gotta remember that. Gotta try and remember that. So, static pose. No weight is being shifted, aside from coming down on this from, you know, this one to this one. But it's not like a, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a yat-huh. It just feels like a stepping forward for this kick. Once again, straightish knee. And on the interior of this leg, I'm noticing, which is really nice, you know, sometimes it's straight, but just this like rounding and then outward and then rounding again. Like the meat, the fatty portion, and then it's being sucked in by these bands going around. Cool. And then without indicating those bands, you just get the silhouette, the shape. Very cool, very cool. Love it, love it, love it. Dude, I just love studying art. Not just like blind drawing, but you know, trying to like make observations. Feels very good. Going from pose to pose, his foot would be in similar position because it's just, you know, bang bang. So keep this one even though I can't see it. Keep it similar. The top of the thigh. Almost like here you can see just a little bit of the indication of the ankle, which is cool. So I don't know if that is meant to be there, but I like the way that looks, so I'm gonna keep it. I don't like the way that this knee looks though. It looked a little bit high. At least the way I had it. It's not indicated like that super well, but I want to keep these forms in mind as I'm studying, just to know, you know, where the box of this D exists if I were to do it myself. Yo, what's up, dude? Nice to see you again, man. Oop, there we go. Hope you're well. Something else I'm trying to do is keep my screen pulled out, because I'd be like, you know, going in like this, and then, you know, I spend all this time looking at the legs, and then I get up to the upper body and it's like this or something. So through these studies, I'm definitely trying to, like, you know, at the bare minimum, if I am zoomed in, I want to see the whole character, but trying to get comfortable and used to keeping my screen a little bit more pulled out is challenging. Oh man, I think I want to invest in a like an arm to hold my tablet. I think that would be super duper comfortable. Like if I could be fully pulled back in my chair and, like, I don't know, like articulate my tablet in the most comfortable position for me, being leaned back, sitting up straight would be so nice. So yeah, I want to keep my screen pulled out. But so what are the hands doing? They are in guard once again. Shoulder. This one is in guard as well. Coming down. I love when, I want to try and find an example. I love when the forearms and stuff have like multiple bends in them. I think it looks really good when it's done. When it's done well. There's one, because it's like breaking the form. I don't know. Like it is, but it isn't, right? Because really it's just the bit of muscle on the end kind of bulking out, so you have like a dink, dink, and then with the wrist, dink. But it just looks good, feels good. I'm a fan. Shoulder connects down into there, bam. And then wham, bam. So another one down. Very cool. This one will be a little bit simpler, I think. So once again, mark out the shoulders and the hips. Think about that center line. Do the contour of the body, the back, and then the chest. Get that long oblique shape, kind of bean type thing. I don't really call it a bean, because usually you're getting this like broad thing up at the top and then it squeezes down into the hips, but this shape, I don't know. Mark out the hips. Okay. Still in the middle of that motion, so center mass is still divided somewhat evenly. head's tilting toward us now, so we would start to see what would be the top of the head a little bit. Hand is coming up to carry that momentum. Connects into the body cavity. I don't know. This doesn't feel super accurate, but I mean, who am I to say I'm learning? So, but I feel like that would be about right there instead. I think this is a little bit pushed up. Then the arm. Something like that. Get ready to send that kick forward. Feeling good. Just, I love those lines, dude. What a dope indicator. Just for popping in some abs. Very cool. Very cool. I'm glad to have picked that up. Alright. Now getting into... Ooh. That's good. That's fine. Getting into the kick. Again, now standing on one foot. So remembering to keep that center mass, that center of gravity over himself. You know, maybe there's probably examples in here where like a kick is more extreme or a punch is more extreme or something, and your weight gets shifted a lot more. But for these, it seems to be just keeping that center of mass. Even on something like this, you know, lunging forward, the you know, all of the weight is placed here. So this point and this point, and not quite fully leaned into it, but that head, you know, would be leaned into it if it needed to be, all stacking. So I'm only repeating that just so that I can remember. For those that, you know, stick around and hang out through the bulk of the study time, forgive me for repeating some things, but you know, definitely studying for myself. So hopefully it's helpful. If not, well, sorry. But anyway, yeah, trying to remember that. Shoulders, hips, marking out the contour of the body again. This leg has stayed, for the most part, stationary during this process of throwing this wicked kick. Again, I want to figure out, okay, what are the hands doing first? This hand. Like the finger being up, like that. I don't know. feels good. So yeah, figuring out what the hand is doing first, and then leading it back into the body. And then throwing that badass kick. Very cool. Very cool. Alright, and then the last one in the sequence, same thing. Shoulders, hips are far more rotated this time as he slings his leg around. So finding that center line, then the contour of the body, something like this, dividing out the hips and the butt, bikini type thing. Then the legs get all noodly here. And with this being a pretty quick, motion, right? This kick, these images are gonna flash so quick. I wonder how quickly this was, it looks pretty messy, but I wonder how quickly this was jotted down to get to this point. Alright, back of the leg has those kind of dividers, if you will, where the muscle fibers start wrapping around the back of the leg to the front. So instead, I like to divide it. I'm going to divide it like this, really section it off. This is the inside of the leg, so I wonder if it would be something like that. Like, that's if it were like maybe illustrated or rendered, it might be, but for the sake of shorthanded animation, people are always talking about the curves versus straight, so I wonder if this is a good example of when to kind of ignore those things. Anatomy, I guess. I just let it exist straight. Shoulder, the arm gets plugged into the cavity again. It's this kind of like whipping hand motion. Again, this hand is thrown into the same kind of guard for the kick. And done. Looking good. This can probably be stretched out just to really sell that. But yeah, looking good. I think to save time, I'm not going to worry about the top part, and I'll just color out, indicate some of those forms at the bottom, just for myself. Okay. At least something like that. Yeah, I like that's fine. And then this leg doesn't have anything like that, so you're Gucci. Same thing, just kind of marking out those forms. You know, like with the upper body, just so that you know, really, you know, beats it into my head, essentially. You know, marking out and you know, color coding these forms. For me, it feels like when you're learning something, you know, in school, and the teacher would have you, not even the teacher, but just like good learning principle is, you know, saying it, writing it, and repeating it, or something like that. So for me, this is my version of, you know, saying it, writing it, and then repeating it. And if I do this enough times, if I do it over and over again, the same way that you can start to, you know, like for example, seeing the forms of a shape, right? The top, the side, and the front view, or whatever, without marking it. You know, we're all, maybe not all of us, but you know, we've all gone through the phase of, you know, when we are learning to draw, you're like, okay, so it's like this, and then like that, and then okay, maybe you do the lightning thing for the arms, you know, at one point, right? I feel like this is gonna help me subtract some of those steps. So this one, just because it is visible. I want to kind of mark that in. These other ones wasn't so. And I kind of had it here, but I think we decided that it wasn't necessary. All right. Man, this smoothie is good. Oh my gosh. Okay. So yeah, legs a lot more simple than the upper body. There's not really too much going on. Like there is, but there isn't. The upper body honestly feels easier because it's so complex, if that makes sense. Like maybe that you're not easier to wrap my head around, I guess. Like I'm not gonna get it right immediately, but like, you know, just getting this shape down. Oh, oops. Dividing it is literally just dividing it. Like it's a little bit, I don't know, because it's not simpler, right? But it feels that way just because there's so many anchor points kind of to like grasp onto. Like there's so many things to like kind of, I don't know, get, you know, but with the lower body, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like it's, you know, feels like it's a little bit more complicated than that. There's not just some simple thing. I don't know. Maybe it's my lack of experience that makes it feel that way. And that's like super muscular looking just because, you know, I'm really trying to like find all these like forms and stuff instead of just like letting it rock. But yo, what's up? How you doing, man? Hope you're well. Hopefully I didn't zone out and miss that too long ago. But yeah, lower body, I mean, feels good, but it definitely doesn't feel as good as the upper body. The upper body is just so formulaic, you know? Like it's so plug this here, plug this there, do this that, do this that. Probably another reason it feels that way is that the upper body, you know, you can just have floating in dead space, you know, for the most part. Like, yes, it's grounded, but it's grounded by, like, its design. Like, you know what you're, like, looking at. With the lower body, you need to, like, ground it. It is what it feels like. And so, you know, you can't get away with just, like, I mean, you can, but it feels like you can't get away with just, like, putting it, I don't know, putting it, like, out there and just, like, letting it exist. You have to, like, ground it to some type of, like, plane, or else it just, like, literally feels like it's floating, feels like it's sideways, crooked, whatever. So, as for the first hour and a half, those are some of the observations I've kind of made so far, like studying, breaking these down. Yeah, good stuff. Jolly good stuff. Yeah, let's try something a little bit more complicated, something with some foreshortening and stuff like that. So, if I were to draw this, I mean, it's a complicated one. I'd be thinking about the floor plane, the fact that he's tumbling, and so the contours of the body would be coming to meet the floor plane, is what I'm thinking. Dividing it, and then finding those hips and where they sit. Don't want to rotate. I feel like I have the likelihood of getting confused there. So now that the hips are found, again, the body is kind of crunching on itself, so I scoot the chest line down just a hair. From there, delete the bottom of what I had. The leg is foreshortening on itself as he lifts it up towards us. Like that. Something like that. So it's going to kind of overlap this area. I hate all these legs that be going into perspective, like the calves and stuff. I'm not that smart. I feel that. I feel like it's one of those things where you know, you figure out the trick behind it, like the understanding comes from, like, you know, like, and this is just my current thought, subject to change, but I feel like, you know, that understanding comes from, like, okay, knowing what the leg looks like and how it's supposed to operate and stuff like that, blah blah blah, and then you can unlock tricks and stuff by, like, you know, looking at things and see, like, what are those common things. Like, for me, I always think of, like, the superhero pose where, like, one leg is, like, down or whatever, you know, they're flying, and then the other one is like this. It's like, for me, the trick is just, like, doing this, like, you know, this blob, this shape, trying to figure, like, what feels right, and then, like, knowing, okay, I know what the knee looks like, I know what the, you know, what the leg looks like, so how can I, you know, how can I find these shapes? Oh, it's pointing too much this way. Well, let me, you know, foreshorten it a little bit more. Let me put the knee more in the center and really round out these shapes. Something, I mean, again, not super accurate. I'm learning, but you know, something like that is how I at least think about it. Because it is hard. You're absolutely right. Whoever drew these loves wide hips. Well, maybe you enjoy drawing women too much, and you aren't used to the wide, weight-bearing hips of the male anatomy or something. I don't know. So yeah, wow, the foreshortening on this is pretty crazy. Then this connects to the hip as well, keeping that hinge shape in mind when I'm carving out this knee. It's not present, really, it's just these two lines, but I want to, again, be constantly thinking of those forms. I am not, I'd be drawing them skinny boys. Well, time to get comfortable with the wide hips is what I would say. Wide hips are 2024. So yeah, anyway, boom. These lines are trying to trick me. I won't let them though. You know, tumble, tumble, tumble. If I had to guess, it's something like this. And then you're seeing just barely. And this, I'm only putting this there just because, but you're like barely seeing. In fact, I'm gonna get rid of it. Just barely seeing the bottom of the foot. No. Then we have the shoulder pad thing from yesterday. Very fun. So, you know, chest, shoulder, point. Kind of round this out a little bit more just to match that shape. Like that. Two-thirds. Okay, what are the arms doing? Well, I hate when they overlap like this because it's like I want to focus on the hips, I want to focus on the arms, I want to focus on the whole pose. Excuse me, but I don't want one to like overshadow the other. So whenever I get things like this, I'm like, darn, you know, I'm really congesting the lines. But that's all right. My hand is making the movements, and I'm getting used to what needs to be drawn. So whether or not it can be seen fully is kind of irrelevant. Not truly, but kind of. And then boom. Shoulder connects to there. Thinking about that shoulder pad shape from yesterday. You know, these are the shoulders, the chest. Plugging that in. So just to delete this for a second. To delete these, pretending that the head's not there. Getting this in, getting the neck in. Boom, boom, something like this. Obviously the neck, or obviously the head is there. So just trying to position it properly. Something like this. And then whenever bodies fold, I don't know if there's another example of it, but I see this a lot, so I wanted to point it out so that I can hopefully remember it. But you get these like straight lines where there's like folding or bending happening, which I think is just a great way to indicate that. I think that's a really solid way to indicate the rolling and the folding of the body. So a complicated one, but accomplished. Yeah, very good, very fun forms. Starting to break down the body and I'm gonna do the head first just because it's real nice and big. And this one I actually am going to color, I guess, just because it's got some really fun overlapping shapes and things we worked on Wednesday, or things I worked on Wednesday. Shoulder pads into the chest as well there. The hands into the arms. And likewise over here, the hips, or in this case, I guess technically mostly crotch, but it's in there. The hips, the body cavity, or what we can see of it. Legs. Cool. Very cool. Seeing how everything, I wonder if I can go and just grab some examples so that I've got some color to look at. So very cool combination of everything here. Very much enjoyed that. Dude, this smoothie is so good. I keep getting focused on the drawing that the smoothie is melting, but my gosh, it's so good. It's like a passion fruit raspberry something or other. Yeah, very cool. Good one there. I think I'll save these two for after. Let's get some more foreshortening going. I'm feeling confident-ish. I'm feeling like I want to challenge myself, so I'm gonna try and do. This is that part of understanding, imitation, replication. This would be the imitation part. I'm gonna try and fill in this leg here, you know, as I would imagine it, or whatever, based on, you know, the action, the tumble here. So you know, I've got my floor plane, the hips be tilting, the shoulders kind of stacked on each other, something like this. Yeah, what's up, RJ? Hope you're well. Hope you're doing good. Focusing on the contour of the body. I'm thinking, you know, again, this is the ground plane. So he's just tumbling, you know, across this. Like that. Box this out. And then paying attention to overlapping shapes and forms. So really, it's just, where's that? It's just this so far. If I were drawing it myself, you know, then I'd like think about the pose. The hips are more exposed than the upper body is, so laying that center line will probably look something like this. Let's just check and see. God, I don't remember which one it is. There we go. Pretty close. Pretty close to that center line. The hips were pushed out just a little bit more so than I thought. But yeah, you're not seeing any of the front chest on this one. Then marking in those hips. You know, I'm thinking to myself, okay, he's tumbling at me, right? He's going, hoop, hoop, hoop. So this leg is starting to swing up and over. So that's going to open the hips up to me. Carve out a little bit more of this bikini underwear shape. From there, thinking about how the leg connects, you know, something like that. The knee, and I'll draw that in a second. Man, this leg is open. My gosh, that is an open leg. So, man, I guess let's do that real quick. So he's in the midst of this tumble. This leg is being left behind. It's going to swing over. So trying to think, you know, in this image, this leg is probably like somewhere down here, maybe even like, I don't know, touching the floor or something. I don't know. Maybe it's up here. Something like that, but it's getting left behind and then swinging hard, swinging itself over. Thinking about this pose, the neck comes right off of this. His head is kind of more pushed instead of around that way. It's pushing towards this shoulder. So trying to be conscious of that, how I indicate that. Desired to show. Cool. I'm gonna take this now, copy it, put it over here, and then try and do the imitation. I want to try and foreshorten this a little bit. So something like that I think could be fine, but because his leg is swinging over, it makes me feel as though his foot would be, how do I say, like, it makes me feel like his heel would be like pointed to the sky, instead of pointed like away, like going that way. I feel like it would be going that way. So I'm going to try that again. And this time, I want to think about that. Maybe his heel is being shown. Something like that, I think, is a lot better. And again, this is just trying to do the imitation part, right? Like understanding the forms, understanding all the bits and bobs of the upper body, lower body, hands, feet, whatever it is. Practicing from that understanding over the top to build, the ability to imitate, kind of marrying the two, and then so I'd quantify this as part of that imitation. Taking my understanding and trying to blend it. I think that's good though. I do like the way, I will say, this leg is like kind of doing that, and then this shape is coming off of it. So I kind of want to replicate that a little bit more if I can, because it's like something like that. Like it's making me think like, which is making me think that this is slightly too long. I want to squish this down to give the illusion of foreshortening, and then maybe bring these down as well. Something along these lines. squished it down a little bit too much. But yeah, that's how I think about that. And maybe actually, instead of his foot being on this side, I think what would be better is the same idea, but maybe like over here, trying to create a little bit more of a bend in the foot. Something like that. Like, I know I kept it on this side. Being upside down made me feel like the other way wouldn't quite work as well. I don't know if that's because I'm pigeon-toed and my feet wouldn't flay out like that, and I'm like, that doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't feel, I mean, I know that this isn't accurate, but it doesn't, just even looking at like kind of a silhouetted-ish version of it, just having the foot be on this side, doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel right. So just take this, enlarge it, stretch that out, and then basically just move on. Carve this out just a little bit more. Something along that. That's kind of what I would. That's what I would do. Hello. There we go. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough for me. What are you upset about? What's wrong, buddy? What's with the sad face? Dang, that breakfast looks good. With the steamed milk in the coffee? I see you, RJ. Okay. Since this is another more complicated full body one, I'm gonna super duper quick, at least as quick as I can, indicate some of these things just to get a better idea. No, I'm just posting random ass emo while I'm eating breakfast. Gonna try and draw after. Good, man. Okay, this blue is gonna indicate that shoulder pad form. Marking in those hips, marking in that body cavity, arms, the legs, the knee bone, And yeah, I mean, I would say that's pretty good. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. You know, these are definitely. This is just building towards that understanding. What's up, bots? Hope you're well. Not to get it twisted, you know, for those that might be like popping in late or skipping ahead in the video, you know, these are just. This is just tracing at the moment. Working on building the understanding, and then into the imitation. I should have just gone forward like 2 pages. I have this already written. And then the replication. So, replication. So, thank you. But just just starting off the stream, working on building the understanding. So, trying to find those common forms. Then working on imitation, so tracing, applying that understanding to it. Part of the imitation, for example, is when we come across, you know, something like this pose, which isn't complete, you know, missing some of the hips here and the leg here, thinking about our understanding while imitating and trying to finish out those things, right? And then replication eventually. So Wednesday was upper body. So upper body we worked on, I guess I should say but I worked on understanding the upper body forms, you know, getting things like this down, just kind of tracing again. This one was in the middle. This was during, so this was like a break to try and see how much I was getting there. So this is imagination during the process, but again, just breaking down these things. These two are imagination during the process as well, but breaking down, figuring out the understanding, imitating where we want to be, and then eventually getting to the replication. So these were at the end of the stream, you know, with reference, right? Trying to use everything that we that I, you know, was like studying from the day, and applying it to freehand, you know, drawing from reference, as if, you know, if I was going to be boarding something from reference, or gesture drawing from reference or something, applying those things to, you know, imagination or reference drawing, instead of tracing, trying to build that understanding. So Axel says, what have you understood so far? So far, from the legs, I don't want to backtrack too much and talk about what I've been, you know, working on for the week, but just from today, you know, it's about 2 hours in to the stream. The legs are complicated, and I would argue more complicated than the upper body, just because the upper body is so formulaic, you know. You have your shoulders, your hips, you do the contours, you draw your center line, you draw the hips in, simple line for the chest, you know, it's one of those like repeated things, right? Boop, 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 simple line, boop, 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 boop. You can indicate abs. Very, very simple lines, you know, from the shoulders, blah, 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 right? The upper body feels a lot easier because it can like float, right? Like you can have an upper body example like sitting here in space, and it doesn't need to necessarily be like grounded to anything. You can have it, you know, just kind of chilling, and it's good, right? Yeah. However, the lower body needs to be grounded, or else it feels. I guess it doesn't need to be, right? But for me, the lower body, it feels like it needs to be grounded, and so when trying to like kind of, I don't know, do things for it, it feels, I don't know, it feels like it is formulaic, but it feels different. I don't know. And again, I think maybe that comes from my, I don't have as much practice maybe with the lower body as I do with the upper body. I don't know when I don't know when that would have happened, but the upper body feels a lot easier, right? I also just spent 6 hours on Wednesday drawing nothing but upper body, so maybe that's why. But yeah, trying to break down the different forms of the leg. You have, I found, this band that you see where the leg, splits into its different pieces. It causes it to pull here, and so you'll see like that divot every now and then, like especially here. This leg meat is something like that, right? And so without, full on dividing the muscles and everything, you can indicate that with this line that you'll see, but it's not indicated all the time. So something I noticed, like, it's more so on these like straighter shots, like you have some like slight indication here, right? Whereas like, if you were to like keep blocking it out, you'd have those separations of forms, but really all it does is it just causes the leg to, bend in, bend out, and then bend back in again. If you choose not to really draw it in. So that's one that has stuck out so far. Yeah, the leg meat, exactly. And then looking at it from like, more side views, even though this is exactly where you would see that. Like you would see it super hard here. Looking at some of these shorthand examples, when it comes to side view, you're not getting that, right? And I don't know what the reason behind that is. Preference, style choice, or if it's just necessity. It's not necessary to show the shifting of forms here because you're not seeing it, right? There's no reason to draw those things in. So so far legs have been challenging, but that is some of the takeaways so far, where I would say that I'm at. Very fun though. It's nice being able to, after doing heads Monday, upper body Wednesday, it's cool to be able to pull them all together, and throw them into, more full forms, and kind of talk out, some of the drawing process. Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't see the surface difference from those angles. Yeah, it's very interesting, and it's a good, reminder. Depending on like your field, obviously, if you're an illustrator or whatever. But for me, focusing on storyboarding, exactly. There's no point indicating that. Is the gesture clear? Is the action that they're doing clear for, the next person down the pipeline, or for you pitching this board or whatever? If it is, then cool, move on. If it's not, then maybe adding those lines or whatever could help to build clarity, could help to articulate that, oh, this leg is it's pointed out towards me, it's not pointed this way. So that's kind of where I'm at so far. But again, I cannot stress enough, it's so fun getting to combine all these things together. I want to do this one real quick. I kind of want to do both of these just because there's so much foreshortening and overlapping here. So we'll just start with this one. So. So again, he's tumbling. So I'm trying to remind myself that as he tumbles, this is now the floor plane. His center of mass is here. It's being anchored here, and he's pivoting from this point over. Shoulder forms, shoulder as well, into the back, center line. This one, it's deceptively simple, but all the foreshortening, especially if you're gonna turn this off and draw, draw from nothing. It can be a little tricky for sure, especially if you're trying to come up with this stuff without reference. So see, he bends so much more, whereas I wanted to have it up here and then bend. He's already squishing so much here. I love these foot shorthands, just this this tube. So very appealing. Okay. Shoulder blade. And again, I want to better understand these shoulder blades. Trying to find something that will be good for that. Some help indicating the shape of the head. And yeah, again, this one was deceptively simple. I think it is simple. Just having good reference, if you were gonna go and recreate it, I feel like having the reference to do so is the important part with that one, because wasn't too bad. You don't have a leg with anything crazy coming out. This thing is pretty well extended. It's not being foreshortened to the max. You'll be streaming in an hour and some change right now. Really? What? Boy, it says 2 hours and 30 minutes. But yeah, this one though, since you've got the chest straight up just about over the hips, this one could be definitely a little bit more challenging. So shoulder line, hip line, and then already trying to find the contours of the body is so difficult. I mean, golly, dude, looking at this comparatively, it's twice the size. I meant you'll be streaming an hour and a half from now, right? Yeah. He'll learn to formulate his thoughts one day. Yeah, you stick around long enough and you'll understand my rambling as a second language for sure. But yeah, no, I'll be streaming for another 5 hours. Yeah, streaming from 10 to 4 is the soft stream. So that's central. 8 to, what is that? 8 to 2 for PST. But might go more than that. It is Friday, so pushing through and getting some good work done, I can take a little bit of a break over the weekend and get some drawing for myself done, get some things for the stream done. But yeah, I'll be streaming for another 5 hours, so if you need to run or get, you're good. But yeah, this one, man, super complicated. I'm gonna bring back those lines from, where was it? This page? Or was it still on this page? Right here, yeah. These little lines to help indicate the fold or the folding of the body is really enjoyable. I want to use them a little bit more. But the chest, the folds get hidden under here as it recedes back and then down again. So they're gonna pop back out like right around here. The top of the hips is being hidden for the most part. So coming into the waistline, you're not going to see too much. I always get tripped up when the body is folded over like that. Yeah, it's super duper complicated. It can be. I try and think of it like if this is, the upper body and this is the lower body, obviously this connective tissue can twist, it can fold, it can bend, and all that stuff. Yoink, like that, right? So I try and think of it like the block of the upper body is just going to move over on top of the block for the second body. So if, whoops, head's right here, neck, wow, this is a boxy boy, something like that, I guess. Head's right here, neck, arms, legs. I try and think of it like it's being folded down in front. It might get a little bit bigger depending on how much shifting of perspective and foreshortening is going on. Same thing with the head. The head's now, depending on how far down you want him to be positioned, like this. And then this stuff, you just kind of stop worrying about it. You're not seeing it. It's not there. And then from there, you've got your shoulders and your arms. This is like, ooh, I'm gonna get you, or sneaky, or whatever. I don't know. So something like this. Again, super boxy or whatever. But yeah, that's at the very least, that's how I try and think of it. Something like that, right? Maybe squish these down a little bit like this, but something like that. That's at least, how accurate it comes out depends on me and the day. If I'm tired, if I'm on my game or whatever, but I at least try and think of it like that. Just, one blocky form is being passed in front of the other. You're gonna twist those forms equally for the most part. Maybe not entirely equally, but you're going to, twist those forms equally as it rotates down, and then oh my gosh, hello, thank you. Like that. So nice, excellent, most excellent. So anyway, it's getting kind of complicated here because I try and think of, again, that shoulder pad example where the traps, the traps and the neck are sitting within this like area, this little pocket that has been scooped out explicitly for them. No one else sits in here. So again, the foreshortening, the head's going to be covering all that stuff, but everything still exists there, right? So from the clavicle, about 2/3, you've got that indication of the shoulder. If you place your hands first, it makes it easier to dictate, you know, where the arms are going to go. These arms look a little bit long, but he's also kind of stretching in this one as he like leans into this tumble. So, you know, it's probably all right. But yeah, place the arms first, then placing the or place the hands first, and then placing the arms based off of, you know, where those hands are. Makes it just a hair easier, a little bit more accurate. Cool. And from there, same thing. Zoom out because I'm doing that thing again where I sit too close. I feel like it's not shown to us, but he is stepping forward, so I feel like be stepping forward like this, something like that, keeping that center of mass over itself. The knee's gonna bend, you know, backwards, forwards, wherever, but the anchor point is the foot, and so center mass, depending on the camera angle, excuse me, is going to stay above itself. Alright, last one for this page. Oh, wait, was that the last one, actually? Yeah, I think I'll do these two and then just go to a new page. Quickly get these in. These in first, make it a little bit easier. Mat. Cool. Face cam win, probably for whenever I add like, because I don't think YouTube does it. But I mean, for sure, if I was gonna add like, I don't know, not like channel rewards. It sounds weird, but like, posture check, water check, things like that, right? Hydration check, do push-ups and stuff like that. I would want the push-ups and sit-up, squats, whatever it was, to you know, be counted for, right? Like, I don't want to just be like, all right, I'm doing it, and just breathe into the mic, the one. And so, yeah, probably if/whenever I can set that up. But also, I don't know how many more. I feel like it helps for immersion, right? People enjoy being able to see a person. It's more personable, being able to chat with them, right? um, and things like that. But I don't know. Like, I don't know if anyone. I hardly think anyone's interested in watching me draw to begin with. I don't think anyone would be interested in watching me zone out while I'm drawing. So, I mean, I'm gorgeous. Don't get me wrong, but um, you know, it's I don't know if it's wanted. So, I just decided not to do it at first. I do have it set up, but I don't think it'll be coming at least anytime super soon. So good. Is there a reason for YouTube over Twitch streaming? Yeah. I feel like Twitch is more for gaming. Um, you do have your people that will get on and watch, draw along with each other and blah blah blah. But and I do kind of want to simulcast, simul stream or whatever. Um, so best case scenario, I would just do both. I would just be streaming to both YouTube and Twitch right now. Maybe I'll try and set that up over the weekend. But I want to eventually clip things from these VODs, and maybe like talk over them, separate from the actual VOD audio, but like use them as examples for either shorts or videos, hey, this is how I tackle this, or this is how I think about this, things like that. I don't want it to be presented as like, hey, you should do this, you should draw like this. But if I could share insight on how I think about something when I'm like either trying to approach it for the first time or study for it or break things down, I think that would be helpful. And I think it's a little bit easier to have conversion on YouTube than on Twitch. It's rare enough as an artist on Twitch to have somebody, watch your stream and stick around for it. I feel like it's even rare to have somebody like click through the about and, maybe go to the Instagram or YouTube and find more stuff. I feel like on YouTube, which is kind of counterintuitive because I didn't do any type of tags. I didn't do any like, drawing tags, draw with me or anything like that. So I should probably go and adjust that whenever I stream next time and upload or edit these videos. But if somebody's looking for drawing information or boarding information on YouTube, I feel like there's a slight likelihood that the live stream could pop up in the middle of the day. Somebody's looking for some information on X, Y, and Z, and they go, "Oh, this guy boards. Oh, this guy animates. Oh, draw. Oh, he's live right now. Let me go watch," kind of a thing. So that's the soft plan. But yeah, just about that. That's about the reason. Sorry, long answer. Just a lot of thought that goes into it. I'm still working it out myself. Is kind of why. But anyway, yeah, looking at these guys, enjoying the way that they're coming out, liking the legs, some things that I've kind of picked up on so far, since Axel keeps asking. What have I learned? What am I better understanding? Um, first one that sticks out would be center mass, like making sure everything is, you know, lined up um, correctly as far as like weight distribution. So homie's leaning here, so his weight is being placed onto this foot. Um, and so that doesn't mean that your knee needs to stick over the heel and that everything needs to line up, but drawing with weight distribution in mind, you know, is something I want to make a conscious effort to think about. For example, on this one, you know, he's sitting here evenly distributed, so his weight would be distributed evenly, right? He's leaning into this kick, and so his weight is being shifted from this point a little bit. It's not fully over this one yet because he's only just started the kick, but it's been shifted, you know, a little bit more forward, right? Now he's kicking, so his weight is over this foot, right? So weight distribution is something that comes to mind. This guy, he's getting ready for that tumble, so he's leaning with his weight, planting with this leg before he starts the tumble. So that is for sure something that sticks out. Same thing even here. He's kind of leaning out into it, but the counterbalance is the foot, right? And so it's never going to just be like, you know, a simple straight thought process of like weight distribution. It's going to need a little bit of thought, but you know, he's anchored, he's planted, you know, right here, right? And so with the bulk of his mass leaning to this side, his foot is the counterbalance. So that's something that I've taken away from this so far, drawing the lower body and really giving it thought. And that's so important. Something that I would like to share, you know, as we're, for the most part, all learning. Excuse me, this smoothie is fighting me. As we're all like learning, you know, and growing and stuff like that. When you do make the time to like study, not just draw for yourself or draw for fun or draw, you know, superhero characters or anime characters or whatever, but when you're like putting time and effort into studying, you know, I think it's so important to like study properly. I mentioned it last time, but the guy Dr. Draw has a video on his channel. Something, it's like training art is like a sport. I think the video is something along those lines. But you know, in that he talks about like how to train art like a sport, and some of the things that he mentioned in there, you know, I was kind of already doing, but some of the things that he mentioned I wasn't, and it's helping to really bridge that gap in my studying process and how I can you know, spend my time practicing perfectly. Perfect practice, right, is I think so very important, because you can sit here, right, you know, I've been tracing, right, I've spent the better part of 2.5 hours sitting here tracing, but I'm not just tracing, you know, it's important not to just sit here and go over the lines because, oh, this is my warm-up, I gotta warm the hands up and blah blah blah. Like, you're doing yourself such a huge disservice if whenever you study you're not, you know, thinking of these things. Like, it's one thing to sit here and be like, you know, going through the motions, but when I'm breaking these down, and I try not to talk about every single drawing, because like I don't want to give misinformation. I don't want to say the wrong thing and be like, this is how you should do it. But I try and articulate my thought process and what I'm thinking of whenever I'm drawing or practicing or studying these things. You know, if this was a blank page, you know, I say that part a lot. If this was a blank page, how would I draw this? And so I'm not just, you know, tracing these contours and going, oh, this is cool, blah blah blah, you know, because I feel like, you know, again, you're doing yourself a disservice. I'm trying to think like, okay, if I was coming up with this pose, you know, how am I in my mind's eye, you know, eyes closed or blank canvas, you know, I'm thinking like, okay, the shoulders would be leaning like this, the hips would be leaning like this. He's getting ready to lunge into this kick. So here's kind of that center line. The contour of the back is bending as he pinches, you know, his body inward and pushes the side out to get ready for the kick. He's like loading this foot back here and getting ready to drag it across, right? His weight is slowly shifting forward as he pushes, you know, things like that, right? I'm not going to go through the whole pose. You stick around long enough, you'll hear me repeat those things, but perfect practice, I think, is so very important. So if there's one thing that I could, I don't know, share, maybe help someone with, it would be understanding how to practice better, how to study better. And that's the kind of the point personally, in which I wanted to start doing the study vlogs, so I can, you know, eventually I want to get into teaching and sharing the little bit of knowledge that I have, but for the time being I can at least share my study process and how I think about things. This is a fun one. Lots of foreshortening, pretty extreme angle here. Yeah, this one looks like fun. This will be a good one to draw. So, you know, just like last time, if this was a blank canvas, how would I be thinking about this? And this one's tough. This one's fun because let me put this grid on a different page. Kind of turn it down a little bit. There we go. This one's fun because, you know, those hips. Ooh, there's some really good simplification here. Wow, I like that. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna look at that here in a second. This is some really, really awesome simplification of the upper body. But anyway, for this one, you know, obviously we have the pose here, but if this was blank, trying to think of like how the shoulders and the hips twist around each other. So, you know, I'd be thinking something like this, and maybe something like this, which is a little, you know, counterintuitive. Maybe you're trying to like line the top of the hips up with each other, and so, you know, you're thinking something like this, which I think is fine. I'd probably do that too. Just tons and tons of screenshots. Just tons and tons and tons and tons of screenshots. Pixiv is great for storing things. I said this earlier, but if you do Windows key, if you're on Windows, I don't know what it would be for Mac, but if you do Windows key Shift S, you can take a screenshot of whatever is on your screen, and you can clip it, you know, do the whole drag and resize it to be exactly whatever you're trying to take a picture of. So Instagram, Sakagaburu, you know, Pinterest, anywhere that you find something that you go, that's dope, you know, that's cool. I always recommend, you know, have a folder on your computer that you, like, this is your library, you know, like everyone references like Kim Jong-gi like as having like an insane visual library, like anytime you see something that is like intriguing to you, makes you think, like, oh, that would be fun to draw, or oh, I like the way, like this, like I love the way that this simplification of the upper body is. Is that what I'm thinking? Pure ref? Is that what I have? I might have said the wrong thing. Hang on a sec. Yeah, pure ref. Whoops, not Pixiv. Pure ref. Yes, dude. Pure ref is awesome. That is actually exactly what I was talking about. But yeah, so, you know, create a folder. Use pure ref. Create like a board. You know, if you're trying to improve your illustration, you have a board of finalized styles that you enjoy. If you're trying to improve your shorthand, create a board of like shorthand things that you enjoy. animation. You know, you can create a pure ref board for like all of that stuff. But more than that, making sure to like, you know, save all of those examples on your computer into not just into a folder, but into a subfolder, and save it multiple times. In my opinion, you know, if you have a pose that is somebody drew it, you know, in this kind of like a shorthand, right? And you enjoy the shorthand, the picture you found, save it under shorthand, but then also in a separate folder, if the image is of someone doing a flip or something, save it under, you know, choreography, or save it under flips. You know, do yourself the favor, do yourself a favor, and you know, just be constantly, and I'll even say it one more time, constantly saving reference for yourself, so that you don't have to go and, you know, hunt every single time you want to draw something. So, what's it called? Shoulders, hips. From there, kind of trying to figure out, without the neck, without anything else, just figuring out the box, the contour of this body shape, right? Which, without indicating any 3D forms or anything like that, looks something like that. You know, if you wanted to take it a step further, you've got the side plane, the front plane, even the top if you wanted. But, you know, no need for that. And then from there, center line it. The hand is going to be covering the hips, but just for the sake of structure and understanding, putting that in as best as you can. The perspective would have the feet line up about something like that. Then draw the hand first, because the hand is going to tell you how the arm gets attached to the body. And all these lines are going to start muddying up as they connect over the top of each other, but it's alright. It'll get, in fact, I'll just clean it up a little bit now. The chest starts to wrap itself around. Then the head is sticking off of the neck, off of the top of the body. Once again, it's like, okay, I'm drawing this, I want the hand, I'm thinking of this pose, he's reaching over to either, like, you know, dodge a kick or whatever, so I know I want his hand to be here. And so from there, the arm has to follow a specific route. Because if you draw the arms first, you just increase the likelihood that your arms are going to be too long or too short or whatever. But even if I moved the hand, oh my gosh, there we go. Even if I moved the hand here, all that does is make it to where it's like, okay, for this pose to make sense, I need to move the arm, you know? The arm would have to move. So putting your hands first. Just a little thing to share. Putting your hands first. I think I said arms. Putting your hands first. But anyway, so another one down. And now this one. This one's such a cool shorthand. You can see a little bit of the under sketching here. And that box, that boxy shape, I keep bringing up. So again, shoulders, hips, finding that center line, just kind of marking it out, finding the contours of the body, and getting to this like bean shape. Okay, so this shoulder starts here, this one's raised, so I need to get that peak just right. Go into the shoulder, go into the chest, the ribs, and then down to the hips. Yo, what's up, Dana? How you doing, man? Good to see you again. I'm back. You're back. Yeah, and then, you know, from there, bing, bang, boom. Actually, I want to think about that differently. Just because, again, the way that the shorthand is for this upper chest is just so dope. So they have it where it's like they simplified the like clavicle in a way that they just did that. Very cool. And then the shoulders are just built off of it. Very cool. Very, very cool. Head. I think you're asking me. I've been well. Thank you, if you are. Hope you've been well as well. But yeah, so a very cool way to simplify that. I don't really know how it would be nice to see this be used in other places. Maybe it will be, and I can think about it some more. Kind of, not really, but kind of there. But yeah, very cool way to simplify that. I love that so much. From here, the chest line, the hand is down here at the ready in some kind of fist pose, which means the arm has to connect into the body cavity like so. Same thing here. The arm, or the hand, I mean. You were actually asking about, I thought so. So I was like, dude, I waited so long to even say anything. But yeah, so drawing that hand first, so that the space between the arm is proportioned well. Then the hips. From the hips, the legs. Again, using this shape, this hinge shape for the knee just to practice those forms. Working on perspective, or thinking about perspective, you know. If he, let's just say they're standing next to each other, on like a similar plane, this guy's just taller or something like that. So along that same point, you know, you could probably do whichever. Same thing with the hands. If I decided to place the ankle here, all that does, I think, is just move the knee out. But then again, center of gravity, right, or center of mass, if the ankle's here, center of mass is here, it kind of lines up, but it doesn't feel like it does. Doesn't feel like it does. I feel like this is a little bit better. And his foot is raised here, so it probably would be something like that, in which this case it makes a little bit more sense. But, you know, just always want to be thinking about those things. Get into the habit of, you know, get into the habit, and then it becomes second nature, and now I don't have to think about it. But yeah, so. Good stuff there. Enjoying the way it's coming along together. I think that would be a good one, but I just don't know well enough. I'm going to put a star next to this one in case I want to come back to it, because that's a good one for imitation, trying to fill in the gaps of, you know, what is this foot doing, and so on, or whatever. But not right now. Not at this moment. Wow, these are so good. I don't know when you would ever use these. You know, maybe you've got a shot like this with some grass or something. I don't know. But very cool. Very, very cool. So, again, shoulders, hips, and even like this if you wanted. I'll do it like this. Smoothie, man, it's so good. Follow the contour. Got the bean shape. That's dope, man. That's dope. I'm so glad for you. So, because his hand is up near his face, like if it were like, you know, kind of like he's taking guard, like kind of like this. You know, his hand wouldn't be here, just based off of like the presumed perspective or whatever. So it's up here. So kind of want to change this. something like that. Then follow it back, and then it plugs into the body cavity. Hey, what's up, Jeffrey? How you doing, man? Appreciate you guys all just, popping in and stuff. It's really nice of you. Chest line. Don't zoom in so much. Cool. So, main stuff done. Their hips get plugged in. The underwear shape. And it's a little hard to, it's not impossible though. It's just, it's a little hard to determine where everything is on this one. Be a lot easier when I've set up my own perspective grids here later on. Very cool perspective. It's a tough one. I don't know. Maybe if someone was like doing like a jump kick or something. It's like, yeah. What that reminds me of. Another great angle to practice with. So shoulder line, hip line, the silhouette body contour of what you're hoping to achieve. Then the center line of that. Then the hips. There, work into the buttocks. Damn, dude, that sucks. Been our revisionist since the beginning. That's so dope, man. Congratulations again. I know it's been a while technically, but very cool, dude. Cool little line, able to put in from studying at the beginning of stream. Without that, I don't think I'd have been confident to put that in there. Bottom of the foot. So this is where that that plane comes in and wraps around. Very cool. So stinking cool. Love to see that line make an appearance. And of course, once again, placing the hand lets you place the arm properly, and then the head. So I need Cal to get on one too. He's good. Oh wait, I missed. Love watching his process. Ain't that just the way nowadays? I'm still happy for you though. It's been put out there for animation jobs, dude. And I'm glad you're on a project. Facts. Cal to get on one too. I see. He's good. Thank you. I appreciate that. I had to play catch up there. Thank you, man. It's very nice of you. Very cool. This would be such a I mean, it is, regardless, such a dope pose to know for, I mean, you know, for the most part, flying, like a flying pose. Just because it's rare you're going to see the feet dangle like that. Very cool. It's kind of a reminder to do more like obscure posing, like even something like this, right? Because you never know when you're going to have a character that needs to be flying. So actually, I want to open this up a little bit more. Raise this up just a hair. Something like this. And something like that. And something like this. Yeah. Never know when you're going to need to be able to, I don't know, make a flying guy. So, cool stuff. Super duper meaty ass fucking thigh though, oh my gosh. DreamWorks particularly bad about it, but the show I've been on is great. That's awesome. Or water. Oh, or water. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's actually a really great point. Thank you, Jeffrey. That's very insightful. Or water. That is... Wow. I'm going to make a little note of that. I don't know if I'll ever see this again. But... that is, it's a very good point. You looked up any Kryn stuff? He has a very similar shorthand. No, I don't know Kryn's off the top of my head. If you can link it, though, I definitely would love to take a look at it. Yeah, that sounds awesome. These are, to the best of my understanding, I don't know 100%, so I'd hate to, say this and be wrong. Maybe it's a mixed bag, but I'm pretty sure these are 90% Kihun, if not 100%. But no, I'm not familiar with Krins. Yeah, thank you. That's why I was like, you said in water, and it immediately made me think like these 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 ab lines just remind me of like the DC Super, like Aquaman or Aqualad, like swimmer's body type thing. So it immediately clicked when you said in water. I was like, yeah, absolutely. Do something a little bit more dynamic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good old Phil Barassa. The goat. This will be a good one to do. Wow, all these will be great to do. Actually, before I get into this, I want to challenge myself really quick in trying to pose this one out. I don't know exactly at all, in the slightest, bit what's going on here. It looks like actually someone's like grabbing onto. I think that's what that might be, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's like grabbing onto a rope. Whatever. So that's what I'm gonna make it. Yeah, that's cool. Down with that. I always have trouble making characters feel planted on the ground. You know what I mean? Has this happened to you? Yeah, 100%. That's why, you know, it's so important to, um, especially as a board artist. I mean, when you're just drawing, illustrating, maybe it can be ignored a little bit more. But when you've got a character going, from here to here, or they're walking or whatever, even when you're just like posing out things or gesture drawing or whatever, doing that ground plane is so important to making sure that you like can like anchor your characters. Not only that, but like center of mass. You know, if your character is going to be, you know, lifting their leg up, you gotta recognize that they are taking their weight from being planted and divided evenly between their feet. So their center mass, and they are tilting themselves. They are shifting their weight back, and so now you might not be animating. You might just be trying to draw, you know, this pose, so you aren't going from here to there, but trying to remember, you know, okay, this came first. This is coming after. This is the pose that I'm currently drawing. So remembering, you know, this character is shifting their weight back. This is their anchor point, right? This is where all of their weight is being pushed to. And so, you know, making sure that your characters are grounded by their, not only by their, you know, by their feet being planted on the ground, but their weight distribution as well. Because, you know, if you have your character and their weight distribution is off, you know, even if you do there we go. Even if you were to do something like this, I mean, this kind of works out, right? Kind of like how I'll show another example. This kind of works out, kind of, but it doesn't. This leg isn't heavy enough to be the counterbalance to all of this mass over here, right? But I'll show you an example of one. Where was it? Here, this one. This one, you know, the character is like leaning pretty hard, right? And so again, their center of mass is all anchored onto this foot. So yes, you know, making sure that, you know, whatever your 1 point, 2 point perspective, blah, 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 drawing your characters in perspective, obviously that's important. But when you're talking about having them not feel like they're planted on the ground or anchored, it might be, and again, I can't see anything, I don't have any reference of what you might be talking about in your own work, but it might be that their weight isn't distributed evenly. And so looking at this one, it appears as though the weight isn't distributed evenly. But, you know, in this kick, this leaning back and the shifting of the weight is countered by the raising and the kicking of this foot. Because this foot isn't just raising. This foot is, you know, charging and then pushing forward, right? So there's a little bit of like counterbalancing there going on. So that could be another big thing. So throughout this process of me, you know, studying and teaching myself some lower body anatomy and some shorthand tips and tricks and things like that, one thing that, you know, you might hear if you watch the VOD again, or even just stick around, I'll be saying it constantly. I'm constantly talking to myself, is keeping that center of balance, you know, whatever it is, right? If it's a kick here, the center of balance, you know, boom, this is the counterbalance to this weight moving back. Same thing here. He's charged up, he's loaded, all of his weight is centered and divided evenly, so we're good here. Planted on both feet, his center of balance is planted evenly, so you're not going to have it favored over one leg or the other. You know, he's standing square, right? So he's like his weight is divided evenly. As he gets ready for this kick, he probably, you know, it's weird, right? Because it's not really animation, but it is. It's not super timing. So maybe he leans forward with a little bit of anticipation before he leans back, but he's leaning back, right?
to get this kick off the ground and then pushing it forward. Same thing here. He's pulling this leg back. I think we just talked about this one. And so, he's got to keep most of his center mass grounded and anchored. Gotcha. I love these so much, bro. These are dope. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now again, this is the studying part, right? This is the understanding. When you're studying for yourself, when you're collecting your reference and getting ready to sit down and train, essentially, the way I like to think of it is building that understanding. So for me, I wanted to work on legs and lower body anatomy and understanding and breaking down different shorthands for it. So I to do that, I wanted to build that understanding. So I wanted to block out some of these forms, look at some of the common things that happen. One second, let me save this real quick. Look at some of the common lines, common placeholders that people do under sketching and things like that. So for example, this line here and how this piece of, thigh meat connects, and then this comes over here, and you're left with this line that you see often, right? Right here you can see, and this line isn't drawn in, but because of the understanding, I thought I had it here, but because of the understanding that this incredible artist has, even though this line isn't drawn, when they're giving value to these forms, they understand the form exists here, right? They understand that this plane of the leg exists here. And so you can see them drawing it out, right? And it doesn't get shown all the time. For example, if we push forward, we can see that same, chunk of leg is sitting right here. But it doesn't need to be indicated all the time. And so that's that, building that understanding, and then imitation, just tracing over it, imitating these lines, finding those common shorthands. For example, I had talked about how you can indicate, how I can try and indicate rolls of the body just through these straight lines. The chest is this simple. This is super simplified, but the chest line is literally angle up, across, angle down, right? And you can see that present in almost all of these drawings. Well, these are more lower body focused, but you can see it present everywhere. And so building that understanding, imitating the things that you see, so imitating these shorthands, not just drawing them, not just tracing over them, but taking a moment, taking a second, taking a breath, and thinking about, these commonly used lines, and then eventually replication. And once you have that understanding, and once you've imitated it enough, you can then work on replicating and doing it for yourself. That's how I like to think about stuff when I study. So you'll see me tracing throughout the VOD, throughout the stream, but it's not just blind tracing. I think tracing is so important now that I've done it in the last couple months. I hadn't really traced before, since I was like a kiddo, learning how to draw. But understanding practice and study, and being reintroduced into tracing, and the benefits that it has. As long as you're not blindly tracing and you're just doing these things, you got to think about them, talk them out, combine your understanding and imitation in the tracing. It's such a powerful tool, especially when you're trying to emulate a style of a show or an artist that you enjoy drawing from. It's such a powerful tool, as long as you're doing it properly and with intention. Because if you're not, you're just wasting your time. Lots of people don't get that and end up just tracing and wondering why it doesn't just happen, and never took the time to understanding it. Exactly. Abso-freaking-lutely. You just literally wasted all of that time, the benefit that you get out of just blindly tracing is maybe line control, maybe. But yeah, I mean, again, these are just my thoughts. This is what I'm thinking about when I'm studying and stuff. So don't let anything that I say when I'm, sharing my process dictate, your thoughts and how you move forward. But I think any information is good information as long as it's taken with a grain of salt, and you use your own critical thinking to, take that information and process it how you will. Yeah, don't just blindly take it as fact. But through my experience, this is what is really working well for me. So, but yeah, so like through the imitation process, right? Like these lines aren't here, right? And they're pretty simply drawn in. They're pretty crudely drawn in. I'm not gonna waste too much time rendering these things out, right? But through the understanding and through the imitation part of the studying that I like to do, this is the imitation. This is the filling in the gaps, using the tracing to your advantage to fill these things out. You go, oh, okay, this is how I think they would do it. Oh, this is how I think they would do it. I drew a foot like this earlier. If I go back, I can look at that foot. Oh, so that's how that foot would be drawn. So let me try and draw it, when it doesn't exist. Okay, so, I go down, the back of the knee connects like this, and blah, 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 and then, boom, now you're imitating, right? And then after imitation, after you imitate enough times, you can start to replicate. And when you get into the replicate, and this is how I'm going to end the stream, is through replication, through drawing through like real life reference, not just tracing. But like taking the things that you've learned through understanding and imitation, and then actually trying to replicate those things freehand. Not just tracing any longer, but like actually truly trying to replicate and draw from reference. If I was on a blank page, I'm working on a new board, and I have an idea to, wow, it's small. I have an idea to put a character, here, and they're going to be doing some stuff, and, blah, blah, blah. I want them to jump forward and flip. Well, it's cool because I've got the reference for that, I've got the reference here, but also now I've got the understanding to replicate the style or the appeal that I'm looking for. Anyway, little bit of a tangent, little rant there, but just sharing my study process, and hopefully I can pick up some things as well from anyone that might be watching along or watch it later and share a comment. Hey, you should try studying it like this. Oh, that's great. That all of a sudden that tip has helped me to do better in a place I was struggling, right? So, thank you, Ben. Just to get back into the groove of things, I'll articulate this again. But yeah, like if this were a blank page, is kind of how I like to think of it. Excuse me. How would I start this out? If I can, because I'm pretending like this drawing is in my mind's eye. Like it's a blank page. I can't see anything. I'm just trying to capture this image, even though I obviously can see it. This is kind of the thought process is, I would want to start with the shoulders, place where the hips would be. This is kind of how I'm thinking of this pose. Start with the contours, of the body, thinking, okay, it's somewhere, the form, the shape that I'm looking for, the pose that I'm looking for is somewhere in this realm, right? Drawing out the center line to divide those things. Okay, maybe I messed up and I go, okay, now that I see that center line, I have a better idea of where the chest would be and a better idea of where the hips would be. So boom, we're going from there. Center line's down now. I can properly divide the hips. I can properly divide the cod piece, as I've been, jokingly calling it. He's balanced, so I want to keep that center mass good. So something like that. Same thing over here. If he's maybe walking this kind of weird rounded path, the way that maybe an airbender or in this case it's a earthbender, but the way that they would pace themselves in a fight in movement. This leg is maybe trailing behind. And so and again, this line, you see it sometimes you don't. It's a great way to it's a great cheat also, if you're drawing clothing. One of those points that people talk about when folds or wrinkles is going to appear. It's going to be from that anchor point of the hips, and so even if you're not drawing the thigh, it's a great place to put a fold of clothing. Boom, delete those. Now you have a clothing fold. Just following that same form of the leg. Neat little thing, in my opinion. Don't want to zoom in too much. As well, I want to work on keeping my camera pulled out, because a lot of the times, and this might be something that could help with the thing you mentioned about the characters, not feeling grounded or something, is I have a tendency to zoom in and focus and draw and work on the piece like this, zooming in, zooming out, blah blah blah. But something I really want to work on is keeping keeping your view zoomed out. Maybe zoom out, like if I was going to zoom in, maybe this far is fine, but really trying to keep the big picture. I've said this on board I was trying to break in, but if the industry wasn't the way it is, you'd at least already be getting offers to work on shows. I hope so. I mean, I think so. I'm gonna spend. Thank you, also, Julian. I really appreciate the nice words. Thank you. I'm gonna spend some time this weekend working on the resume. Golly, you can tell it's getting into the end of the stream, because you can tell it's getting to the end of the stream because I'm starting to brain fart some things. Again, though, thank you, Julian. I plan on spending some time this weekend working on my resume and my cover letters and things like that. But yeah, I'm hoping some things will get announced, and maybe they have room for one passionate mofo. Is all I can say. I'm transferring to my chair to get on the PC, but I can't still hear you. I feel like you can, but maybe you can't. Cal is working to be indispensable. He ain't worried about the industry crapshoot. Exactly. Super wishful thinking. But again, I'm a pretty simple guy. I'll say, if it ends up being that, I end up working fast food or something like that because the industry dies and there's a huge lack in animation being made for, let's say, a 10-year gap or a 5-year gap, drawing and boarding and making art, making animation, that's something that I'm passionate about regardless of the industry. And yeah, don't get me wrong, that would suck. I would feel really, really bad if something like that happened. But no, you're good. No, you're good, man. Yeah, I'd feel really bad if something like that happened. But like you're saying, yeah, dude, this is something that I'm passionate about. If it takes 5 years, if it takes 10 years, if it takes 20 years, I'm gonna be, whether I'm streaming or not to people. This is something that I'm gonna be working on. This is my life skill. You know what I mean? Some people learn multiple languages. Some people become rocket scientists. Some people, you know, follow their passions and do all sorts of crazy things. I wouldn't say that this is crazy, but for me, my passion is just being a good artist, right? I think it's so cool that you have people with the ability to, you know, draw and create these incredible scenes out of their imagination. And nothing would make me more excited than to be able to develop those skills to be able to do it. And just like Dana said, my goal is to become so damn good that regardless of the state of the industry, there's going to be that handful of mofos that always have a job just because they're just those guys. And I don't think I'm there yet. I wouldn't say that I'm close, but man, the goal is to be one of those guys that, they're always going to have a job just because the industry, needs those guys. Bro, if the industry stays like this, I will go back to making stuff I love and working something with a little more job security. Exactly. Like, I live in Oklahoma. It's pretty damn cheap here. So, like, and I'm not someone that, like, wants for a lot of things. So, for me, the ability to, work part-time or passively to be able to, eat food and survive, as long as I'm kicking and living, bro, I got time to spend on advancing my art. This is the year where Tag can finally fight for their future, which is very cool, and something I'm excited for. I'm excited for artists to be able to have benefits and say so, and the things that have to do with their profession and career security, job security, things like that. But as someone also that's trying to break in, the thought of a long strike on the animation side of things scares me a little bit. Not that I'm on the immediate cusp of getting a job regardless of it, but it's like being so close, being right there, and then it's like, all right, we're gonna strike. Like, man, get your bag, but holler at me when you're done. Okay. You think Tag will get it done? The people that I know in there are incredible, so I, I have the utmost faith, but I don't, it's not for me. I don't know. You're not directly asking me, I would imagine, but I don't have the best knowledge of the things, the ins and outs and things that go on in there, so. Okay, and then boom, bam, bing. I want to form out this a little bit more so that I can go into the lat and then draw that in, because I like that line. It's not necessary, but I do enjoy this little bit of overlap that can be had. It's very, very appealing to me. So anyway, that's another one done. like even when it's all said and done, I don't imagine there being a plethora of jobs and actual entry level jobs. I feel that. I definitely feel that. I mean, it's always felt like you know, and it makes sense. I mean, you're working professionally, even for an entry level job, you're working professionally. But it's always felt like you know, these entry level jobs or these apprenticeships or internships and stuff. Maybe internships, it makes a little more sense, but it always feels like, regardless of training, it's like we want you to be an industry professional ready to board before you're even going to get those entry level jobs. Again, which makes sense a little bit, but it's like, man, you know, I want to get in there and learn. You know, like I can't learn if you won't let me. But again, it makes sense sometimes. Strikes are hard, but they're necessary in order for studios to get the message. Also, I wish I could attend the meetings, but because I'm not a guild member, I can't. I thought they were live streamed, but maybe it's only live streamed to people that are in it. What's up, Raid Alzane? Good to see you again, man. Okay, good stuff. Liking the way these are starting to get excited for some gesture drawing. And for anyone that is interested in continuing to study along and hang out and stuff like that, this week is what I'm calling week 1. It's to refresh myself on anatomy, so things like the head, the upper body, the lower body, finding commonly used shorthand, and understanding the different planes and forms of those pieces of anatomy. For the next week, week 2, I had originally planned it to be for composition, backgrounds, and things like that, like perspective. But now that the more I've thought about it, it makes sense to just take this understanding of anatomy and dive into gesture and some like keys, break down some like light animation, pose to pose things that would be useful and used when it comes to storyboarding. And so week 2, next week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'll be focusing, you know, beginning and ending the stream, and I'm gonna work this out. It's the anime training arc, exactly. No joke, like straight up it is. I thought about jokingly calling the stream like streaming every other day until I get a job or something, but StudyVlog works best, I think. But yeah, so next week I plan on refreshing myself on gesture drawing, keyframing, or maybe not keyframing, but understanding key poses of an action, you know, anticipation, and so on. Day 1 was about heads. I still have that VOD because I originally recorded it and streamed on Twitch. It hasn't been added to my list of live videos just yet, so it is coming. I'll definitely be getting it posted this weekend. So if you just keep checking back across the weekend, you know, no promises. I do have a little bit of a personal busy weekend this week, but if you just keep checking back, the head stuff will be posted to the channel sometime this weekend. And it kind of does the same thing. I used Clip Studio. It kind of does the same thing, talking about the different parts. Not full anatomical breakdown. Just for me personally, what is enough as a board artist to understand some of those forms, those common division lines of the face, of the head, and some of those planes and how they divide and get wrapped around the shape of the skull. So again, it's not super in depth, kind of like this. It just is me talking the process out. It also is the first stream, so I don't know how good it is. I've gotten a little bit more comfortable, you know, as the days have gone on. But either way, it's a good video. I enjoyed making it. I enjoyed streaming. For the people that came, it was fun to chat and hang out. So I should have that posted this weekend. But yeah, so next week will be gesture and animation breakdown, kind of stuff like that. So that sounds good and fun. I'm gonna try and get into doing, some like, I don't know, if anyone has something that they want to see or to study along, feel free to give an example or something. Like if it's like flip kick or tumbling or falling or something like that. Because for me, I thought about just choosing some things that would be common. So like, walking, running, things like that. Maybe throwing a kick, throwing a punch, and just doing things like that, right? Some basic things, nothing super crazy, no crazy flashes and impact frame type of stuff just yet. Just understanding those basic things, and what I want to try and do as well to kick it up a notch. This is the study vlog. This is to make mistakes and learn from those things. I want to do things where you might do an action like this or something, and then maybe you're doing an action like this, and you're shifting the perspective, and it's instead of just like being that side view of a walk cycle or something, maybe you shift the perspective of the same exact animation you did, and you're drawing it from a different angle, right? It's one thing to draw a person standing there like this. It's another to draw a person standing there, like this or whatever. Man, that's a terrible example without really trying to work on it or whatever. It's another to draw it like that, right? Or whatever. And then eventually like this. Maybe you know what I mean? Stuff like that, right? Like draw it one way, and then use your understanding of the anatomy and the perspective to draw it a different way. Give me just a second. My room is super duper hot. I'm going to grab some more water and turn the fan on, so be right back. All right. Some roles will be fun. There's a couple that come to mind. They're challenging. You got tons of perspective, tons of foreshortening, tons of overlapping forms. Yeah, they are very, very challenging. So anyway, let's see. It is currently 2:00. I planned on streaming until about 4, but I'm feeling relatively good, so I could see going until 5. But just for the sake of having a decent streaming schedule, I'm gonna say about 2 hours left. But at the end of those 2 hours, if I'm feeling good, if I'm feeling like I want to keep pushing, then fuck it, I'm gonna go another hour. It is almost chili dog time. I have had a chili dog every day that I've streamed this week, except for not so far, not yet today. So it is getting close to chili dog time, and by golly, you bet that I'm excited about it. Anyway, I'm gonna press on. I want to. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna do Tenzin. That's right, because I wanted to. Man, that was a long vacation away from the actual plan of what I was doing. I wanted to try and fill in the gaps here before I started on Tenzin, so now that we've done that, here we go. So, again, if I were drawing this, it's blank. I have this pose locked into my mind's eye. It's what I want to make. It's what I'm doing. I'm thinking shoulders and hips. From there, I'm thinking, okay, what are the contours of this? You know, in my mind's eye, I understand that his arm is raised. So, you know, raising that, right? What are the contours? His hips and body is going to come down underneath. And there we go. You're left with, again, that weird beanbaggy shape. And I love drawing these from the clothing and from, you know, not having anything there on it. Just because it's like, you don't see, you know, with these drawings, you see the forms, you see the breakdown of the shoulder, the breakdown of the chest and stuff like that. When you've got reference like this, and you can't see that stuff, it's so fun because now you get to put that imitation and that replication, you get to bridge the gap between them and kind of fill in the gaps. Very fun. So yeah, center line, something like this. Again, not to zoom out too much or zoom in too much. From there, the hips, the cod piece, the knee, we'll get to that. Yeah, what's up, man? Thank you for popping in. Hope you're well. How you doing? A little bit of foreshortening here. And here. This calf comes down like this. And then the foot gets inserted like that. And again, so fun because you can't see those things. So it's like bridging the understanding and the imitation to lay on top of, you know, a fully clothed character. Great way to test yourself. But from there, you know, I'm thinking, okay, so the shoulders are doing their thing. They're gonna come up and do that. The chest, again, this arm is raised, so it's going to come up and do something like that. These twisting forms and these lines can, you know, help to illustrate that. Tenzin, you know, he is built, right, as we've seen, and so putting these muscles there, the little abs, it's not for me to say, oh, Tenzin's beefy. It's literally just to have these shapes better indicate the form, right? So that's really all it is. Drawing the hands first. Before getting into the arms, just because it's going to better help to space those things, making room for the lat as it comes and wraps behind. Now, how did Amy and Guitar conceive an absolute unit? God, I mean, good question, dude. I mean, have you seen Katara's dad? You know, he's a warrior, dude. She's got that that in her blood, man. It's probably what it was, you know. You've got the airbender spirituality of Aang, and then just like this water tribe warrior unit of a man is the body. But anyway, so yeah. Oh, I say so yeah, and then the other hand, again, if I'm thinking of this pose in my mind's eye, starting with the hand. I know that the hand can't be way the fuck up here, right? It could be out here, and it could be over here if I wanted it to, you know, be something like this, right? And that's fine. That's a cool pose, right? Feels somewhat Ginyu. But no, it's relatively, like we were saying, it's relatively center mass. This was probably taken. Oh, never mind. It looks like he's wrapping up. So, which is cool to notice because again, he is wrapping up, and so when you are like animating, as his arm explodes outwards, I should maybe say, as his arm explodes outwards and then comes up, you can see the cloak kind of doing that and then eventually going behind him. Cool. You know, just an observation, right? That's kind of the whole point of this way of studying, is just to constantly be trying to connect those dots and make those observations. All right. There we go. Better put that behind. And then what I'm going to do is take this, move it up. I don't know why I did it like that. And then think about you know, the imitation part of things, right? Like, for example, what immediately comes to mind is creating some type of floor plane. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's not about putting it onto the intended perspective that, you know, this thing was drawn on. You know, whatever. Pretty close. I mean, they have it about at his hips or whatever. Something like that, right? Keeping that center mass, you know, he's loading all of his weight onto this 1 foot. We can't see it yet because we're about to imagine it, if you will. But he's loading all of his weight onto the center mass. And so, again, this next part is just kind of, you know, dividing proportions properly. I don't know I'm going to do the best job of that, but I'm going to do the only job I know how, which is my best. Where do you find storyboards? Man, there's so many places. Unfortunately, my brain, I don't have them off the top of my head. But, I mean, YouTube, you could check, like, YouTube. There's tons of storyboards for YouTubes. There's, especially Avatar, there's tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of Avatar storyboards available on YouTube. If you search Econte, which, God, it's been so long. Econte. You can find storyboards for, you know, Japanese shows, anime, even on YouTube. it's a great little tidbit there, because there's so much information out there. Unfortunately, if your only language, like myself, is English, it's hard to find the world, everything that the world has to offer. So, being a fan of Japanese animation, searching Ikonte or Ekonte is a great way to find Japanese boards, or even Genga. You can search Genga, which, if I'm not mistaken, is like the layout. So it's a good in between for reference and stuff like that. But yeah, just YouTube. YouTube's an amazing place. There's tons, especially if you search storyboards, and then under the filter settings for YouTube, change your search filters to looking for playlists. Now, sometimes those playlists are going to be private, but if you're lucky, you might find a playlist that isn't private, that has, somebody has spent their time collecting as many storyboards as they can from YouTube. So YouTube is a great place. Also, just Google. How did Aang and Katara conceive in that? Oh, okay. I thought I was super far back. Yeah, true. He was kind of a unit when he was a grown man. Anyway, so again, making sure that center mass is good, and then quickly just boom, plugging in a foot to make sure that Tenzin stands nice and tall. And golly, they really made his thighs just absolute units on these. So I'm gonna slim it out just a little bit, because again, I traced that was not me making his thighs bigger. that's just the clothing, right? This is what I want to try and achieve, just as an example for next week. Yeah, of course, Raid. Hopefully that helps. Again, dude, if you have any questions, chat's always a fine place. Comment on a video. I'm gonna try and help with as much as I can, for sure. But yeah, for next week, whenever I'm getting into one thigh longer than his whole torso. This is the longest bone in the body. This is your thigh, at least for me. I can fold, you know what I mean? Like, people can fold themselves over on their hips, right? You go to like touch your toes. Your thigh is reaching about where your shoulder is, and then you reach out. You're stretching. God, let me touch my toes. So like, yeah, the femur is the longest bone in the body, for sure. Depending on where you're measuring from the hip where it plugs in, or just from the crotch, right? But it for sure is going to be just as long. Maybe not longer, maybe not shorter, but definitely in that realm. You must be a unit, too. I guess so. My thighs are definitely that's where I hold all of my muscle and fat and everything. My thighs are my biggest part of my body. So maybe I'm just biased. See, you gotta wake up, you gotta get your mind right and focus on your art, but you also gotta get your body right and get those morning stretches in, man. But yeah, before I get sidetracked again, I wanted to point this out. I love this so much. These like silhouetted drawings, Circus Dome, on Instagram, and just for the sake of the VOD. Circus Dome on Instagram, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to sound like a fool, so I'm just gonna look it up real quick. But Yeah, Young Ki-yoon, their style of shorthanding the silhouetted style, as I kind of jokingly call it, is so appealing. It is so dope. The way that they draw, the way that they um, omit detail when they can, and you know, add it when they want to and when they need to, is so awesome. So when I see stuff like this, you know, where it's for the most part, you know, silhouetted, there's not really a lot of detail in here. You're not breaking down the thighs and all this stuff. This is so awesome. This is what I would like to. No, dude, they're not. This is what I would like to get to. This is like the ultimate level of what I would say is like understanding, right? I use a water bottle as an example when talking about this. But like if you look at a water bottle, or if you look at a can of Coke, or so, you know, whatever, right? Something on your desk. When you're trying to draw, when you put a line down and say I'm going to start with the lid of the water bottle, you know, I've made a statement. Just by drawing this, you've made a statement about what the rest of the drawing looks like, right? This is saying, hey, for the rest of this bottle of soda or water or whatever, it is going to be this, you know, relative to this size. And the second that you know, go out too far, or you know, not enough or whatever, you break that illusion. And so the understanding that people have, and I don't know whether or not there was some stuff that was like erased, you know, blah blah blah, but you've seen people draw like this, so you know it's what they do, right? You know, it's the possibility is there. But the understanding that you have to put down the head and know that, okay, this is how big the head is. So like you're making a statement that everything else is going to be, you know, comparative in size. It's gonna be based off of this head shape, and you can draw like that, and you can just go here, I'm gonna, just for sake of example, you can go and just start like, you know, confidently being like, okay, I want the hand to be here, and it's gonna be doing this, and then this, and then that, and then okay, so the body needs to do this, and then don't forget that the leg is up here, and then this one's down here, and then okay, you got that fold of the clothes, so I'm gonna put that there, and then you got that there. Like, that is such a cool skill, dude. That is so awesome. And so when I start gesture drawing next week, I am going to be striving towards getting to this level of confidence and understanding. Again, whether or not there were these lines in here, right, and maybe they were just erased, you know, is one thing. But looking at Circus Dome, Young Ki-yoon's work is just so inspiring. It's so awesome the way that they silhouette things. It's so awesome. Gonna do this one. I think this is a fun looking one. So again, the drawing is here. Obviously, you can see the drawing, but where did this go? There we go. But you know, pretending like it's not, right? So shoulder, waistline, body contour, putting in the bottom of the body. Doesn't need to be accurate. I mean, it needs to be close, right? But it doesn't have to be perfect. Because once you get this bean shape in, you can go and refine things. Okay, I have this pose in my mind's eye. The way that I envision his body twisting makes me place the center line somewhere right here. Boom. Now I have a better understanding of the pose. So I can start blocking in the hips, putting in that cod piece, deleting some of those lines that I don't necessarily need anymore, and going, oops, don't want to zoom in too much, and then going from there, right? Understanding, okay, he's bent, so it's going to do that. It's going to do that. The perspective grid is going to make me want to, I should say, place his foot there, keeping center of gravity. He's squatting down in between, so oof, my back, my gosh, squatting down in between, but he's also leaning, right? And this is a good example of like, you know, it's not always going to be that your center mass lines up with your head and your knee lines up with your foot and your foot lines up with your toes and you know, blah blah blah. But as far as boards are concerned, as far as getting the gesture right, and again, these are my thoughts. This is what I'm thinking as I'm doing it. It's not always going to line up, right? I don't need to move this over because I'm looking at the thing that I'm studying from and going, you know, oh, this doesn't quite line up with the blah blah blah. Like when you squat from your crotch. So like what I'm thinking is the relative position between his, you know, his heels, where he's bearing his weight, and the center mass. Because I can spread my legs real wide and I can keep one close to my body, I can keep one wide, but at the end of the day, my center mass, where I'm loading all my weight when I'm squatting down, is going to be my hips, my crotch, you know, area. So that's kind of what I'm thinking when I'm looking at this, when I'm doing this. Hand first, because that tells me where the arms need to go. Same thing, just like over there, the hand can be here, it can be there. It can't really be way up here, that's not quite possible. But you know, this arc of motion where his hand could be. So, I'm gonna place the hand. And then work backwards, find where this arm plugs into the chest, into the body. I'm going to reestablish the lat there, and then draw in the head. And I don't know, maybe I would continue to draw the head in afterwards or whatever, but you know, beforehand I would like start with the head, right? Because I feel like the head's such a good indicator of being like, you know, what is the pose gonna look like? Like what is the extreme that I'm trying to achieve, right? And so now that I have this, you know, I want this shoulder to be forward, I can do that. I want this shoulder to be back, I can do that. I want it to be, you know, leaning down and this shoulder's up, and then, you know, we've got some crazy position where, you know, blah blah blah, like I don't know if I'll keep doing the head first or after or last. For now though, this is what seems to work out. So gonna delete these perspective lines. I don't need them. And then Because again, gesture over anatomy. Gesture over anatomy. So, people probably say that. Personally, I got that from a little note hidden up in the corner of some Amber Blade Jones eye cager stuff, and it's dope. Gesture over anatomy. It's like the intention, right? Because we're not, as a board artist, because that's my perspective. I'm not trying to, get an award for anatomy. I'm trying to get an award for conveying movement and emotion, or especially body emotion. If someone's angry or sad, or if someone's like throwing a punch with their whole heart behind it, or if they're throwing a punch just because they're upset about something and they don't actually mean it. You know what I mean? Like, gesture over anatomy. So getting things close, working towards perfection, in a healthy way, but getting things close is better. Shorthand on these is so awesome. Literally just, bop, bop, getting the idea of that. Finding that center line. The hips. What a great little shorthand here. This was probably scratched in so quick. Alright, man, gotta go. I have to finish the assignment. Talk to you later. Sounds good, my dude. Thank you so much for popping in again. It was good to see you, Dana. I will catch you later, man. Enjoy your weekend. Same thing here. These drawings, man, so simple. And again, no hips even necessary. And you're like roughing this in. You probably have an idea of clothing that they're doing, that they're using. Yeah, definitely want to strive for this type of shorthand understanding, because super solid, just so good. So dang good. So simple, so freaking good. Let's see. It's 2:30. Another hour and a half, give or take. I think I'll go another 30 minutes with breaking some of these things down and giving some good thought into some of the things that I would like to fix, I guess. Maybe not fix, but better understand. And then for another hour, doing some reference drawing again from the pose book, but this time trying to do some full body stuff. Again, it won't be gesture drawing. It's not going to be timed. It's going to be taking it not slow, but taking it a little bit slower and trying to think about, some of the things from today and the week. This is a good one. Nice and squashed. something like this. That's what I would be thinking. Then a center line, hips, putting in that cod piece to figure out where the butt and thighs and blah 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 live and reside. Then dropping in that thigh. And this will be one for sure that I'll have to come in and think about. Let's see, so what's cool though is we have the horizon line here, so this is something that can be kind of mapped out a little bit. So I mean, I would imagine if his ankle is there somewhere in this realm, you know, this foot would be somewhere there, but also no. I think it would actually be, because his center of mass is split. He's loading back on this one, but it's kind of, he's leaned forward, so it's kind of here is where he's holding it. And so actually I think it would be somewhere back here in this range. But I'm gonna keep fleshing this out a little bit more before doing that. Hands are tucked away and hidden. They have intention. I can't quite see exactly what that is. It looks like he's like, you know, spinning air or whatever, which is fine. He's allowed to do that. Something like that. This collar is such a good way to indicate the neck when they're like wearing something. It's so good. Just that little, you know, so simple. Thigh action. Think about the leg now a little bit better, a bit more clearly. Perspective of this, you know, his foot is pointed out that way as I'm thinking about it. Something like that, but not as pointed up. And then on his leg, it's a little bit bigger. I wonder, I mean, I don't think this is what he's doing, but it does look kind of cool to have him kind of like up on his heel like that. And you know, again, that's the whole point of building the understanding and then working on the imitation, is to be able to kind of do those things, right? You have an idea for something, or you want to test yourself. something like this. Changed it up a little bit, but again, through this, I'm going to enlarge this actually really quick. Something like that. Oh my gosh, hello. There we go. It's a little bit too much. A little too showy. Got it dialed in relatively close. But anyway, yeah. Try to think about, you know, again, where the center mass is. He's like loading back onto this leg because he's getting ready to, you know, push all that air forward. But he's not over the leg, right? He's not leaned back here, you know, getting ready to throw a baseball or something. He's like, he's leaned back on this leg, but leaned forward, and so the weight gets divided. I'm guessing, you know, I'm just working it out, but the weight gets divided, you know, between charging up and loading up on this back leg and the leaning forward. So that's where, you know, trying to think, okay, if it's not being loaded up here over the knee and stuff, he's tilting it forward. It must be loaded up here, right? Too far forward, he'd fall. Too far back, he would look awkward. So it's about here. So drawing that line kind of helped me. This reference had the horizon line in it, and so from there, trying to find what felt right between lining his, you know, between where his weight is positioned, what he's doing, and then lining the weight, you know, the foot upright. Like for example, this, you know, foot could also be, if we really wanted to foreshorten it and tilt things back, could also be like here. I mean, this is a really extreme example, but it could also be here, something like that. And maybe fix this a little bit, just because again, he's starting to feel like he's leaning too far forward. He's not balanced, but totally possible that, you know, Tenzin could be like loading his weight like that. He wants to push it more straight at you, but obviously, you know, that's not it. Because you know, the way that the leg is drawn, it like dictates a little bit more, right? But anyway, just that's the kind of stuff I'm thinking about when I'm looking at reference and I'm trying to, you know, bridge the gap of drawing from reference versus, you know, drawing for my own stuff. Hello? There we go. Jeez. Very cool. 20 minutes, that was right around 10 or so. That was a good one. This will be another good one. We'll do this one real quick. I'll grab something to eat. You know, I've got a thing to keep going. I've had a chili dog each time I've streamed this week. We just happen to have the stuff to make a chili dog, so I'm just like, you know what? That's gonna be the food of the week, right? Gonna save one specifically for today to have. So anyway, shoulder and hips, finding that kind of shape, you know, again, the shape, it doesn't indicate any form, but if we were to find those forms, we would see that, oh, it does actually have form. It has a side, and it has a bottom, and it has a back. But, you know, those aren't necessary anymore, and hopefully similar to how these drawings are silhouetted, hopefully these kinds of construction lines become less and less necessary. But anyway, just a reminder, that's the shape I'm going for. Boom, boom. Now that I have my area blocked in of like what I'm thinking, center line down, a little back bend, a little butt bend action, a little butt bend action again. The hips are going to wrap around again this shape that is here. So this is the side plane. So I'm gonna wrap around and then wrap around over the top of the back. Gonna carve out, and this carving, I'm just making my best guess, you know what I mean? Like, this carving could be as deep or as shallow as you want it, you know? There's thongs and then there's panties, right? It's like just regular underwear. Like you can have something super high-waisted or just, you know, regular, schmegular, doesn't matter. Whatever feels good is kind of what I'm thinking when I'm doing it, right? Anyway, hand, he's doing some weird pose. I'm just going to scratch in some fingers, doesn't matter. I start with the hand though. That's going to help me know how to plug this arm in. Shoulder here. If we needed to, we could show off the lats. Not necessary in this, so I need to not do it so that I can better remember, you know, not to do it every single time. It's not necessary. The form is there if we need it to be, but it doesn't need to be shown. This hand is hidden somewhere around here. And then this leg gets a little bit of foreshortening. Definitely, you know. Now, this will be another fun exercise on how to remind myself finding center of gravity, center weight distribution, stuff like that. So horizon line thankfully is there. Now he's leaned over on this leg with this one being back. This one is just support. All of the weight is being bared here. It's not quite here because he's leaning forward. It's about here. We have his chest, his arm, especially his arm is leaned out in front of him. So I'm going to assume that it is being held mostly on this leg. And then from there, with his feet needing to, line with each other. Fix that a little bit. We can take the horizon line and I feel like it's a little bit more pushed this way. Find where his other leg would need to be. Wow, it actually worked out. Look at that. Dude, I can't tell you how many times I'm like saying something. I'm like, man, I hope this is coming across. I hope this works out. And yeah, sure enough, works out relatively fine. In fact, it can probably be shown just a little bit more too. A little bit more of the underside of the foot. Cool. Very cool. Little unnecessary cleanup, but it's just to really try and better understand the forms. Don't need to clean it up like this, but again, I want to better understand the forms, and so that is what I'm doing. Very cool. Wow. So yeah, so far, the whole guesstimating and understanding weight distribution has been very informative, trying to break that down and get a grasp on it. Yeah, very cool. So yeah, it's right at 2:49 for me, but either way, it's right at 50 minutes on the hour, regardless of whatever hour you're sitting at. So I'm going to BRB. BRB, it is chili dog time. So thank you. And if you decide to hang out and wait for me to get back, I'm going to be back in like 10 minutes. So at the top of the hour, I'm going to start doing some reference drawings to get into the replication side of this study process. So once again, be right back.
All right. Back to getting it. Getting after it. So now, just like last time, I want to get into some replication. So I'm going to pull up some of that real quick from my pose book. Man, I cannot wait to rest after this. No joke. Okay. So now that the drawing, the replication stage of the studying is going to be done full body. These poses, really any of them are good. This is a great series of posing, and even down into here, some really good stuff. So, I think I'll start with some of these, and then kind of shift around. Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna pick out. Some of the more key. Let's do this one. Just want to get it big enough on the screen that you guys can see. So yeah, excellent, looking good. So just to refresh myself, and before anyone asks, yes, the chili dog was incredible. I hadn't eaten a single thing aside from the smoothie all day, and some water and stuff like that. So absolutely delightful. What a treat for me. Truly amazing. But anyway, so yeah, today, just to kind of quickly touch on some of the things that were the focus of today. Today was lower body. So my goal with studying lower body and streaming the process for 5+ hours, good God, was to develop a better understanding of lower body anatomy, but more specifically in a simplified way that will benefit me for boarding and creating animatics. So to me, that doesn't necessarily mean understanding anatomy to its absolute fullest, knowing every single muscle group, but more so understanding the forms and the shapes of the body, and looking at some of the artists that I admire, their work and their figures, and breaking those down in such a way that I can begin to understand some commonly used shorthand techniques, some lines, and the way that, and hopefully get some insight into the way that they might view figure drawing and creating, anatomically correct figures with great gesture and a good shorthand. So I started off by kind of simplifying anatomy and understanding some of those forms that you see. The knees, the feet separating. You could probably get away with breaking down some things here in the legs, but
really, as they start to wrap around and you start twisting, it would get kind of messy. So just I decided against that. One big block in any direction for the lower legs, for the calves, and then for the thighs, depending on the angle in which I am drawing or viewing, trying to think about that on the planes. And so, for example, looking, at these, you've got this inner plane here, and you can see that a lot in some of these drawings, superhero drawings, things like that. There we go. You get this, boom, boom, and it connects up into here, as we saw on the other page. And then you get this plane here. And sometimes that plane is indicated just with an overlapping line, which is so good. These overlapping forms, these overlapping lines, whether it be something simple like drawing a hand and, doing something like this little line for the wrist, or, something like this, and doing a little line for that, just gives it so much more volume, gives it so much more depth, and you can kind of see here as well that line being used. So that was one of the major takeaways. The second one was thinking of the knee in this kind of hinge shape, and recognizing that when it is drawn, it's not drawn all the time. For example, here the shape is gone, but that is one that I did want to look out for. Here it's just a rectangle, looks like a knee pad, so you don't get a lot of that hinging like I was describing, but it's still there, and it's still important to, I think, still important to understand the way that the thigh meat, if you will, sits on top of the leg. Man, my back is getting to me, and my posture is good too, so really just be getting to me. I am like locked in like a babe in a booster seat. I am plugged into my desk, just sitting straight up. But anyway, those were the couple things that stood out to me. Breaking down some of these things and simplifying them left me with images and forms that looked like this after developing an understanding of those forms, and then working towards imitating those forms got me towards things like this, and then further breakdown was able to understand how to properly distribute weight on a character, so that, depending, for example, his lower half right here is balanced, but he's leaning over here. But because the weight it has shifted, instead of being even, all of that weight is being bared for the most part here. This is a stabilizer. This is to stabilize so that he doesn't fall over, and this is where the weight is being held. So putting the mass and the bulk and things like that, just different things, along those lines, shifting weight. He's even here, and so putting the weight even between him, right? He's starting to kick here, but because the weight is divided evenly and he's leaning back, the weight is still divided evenly. Something like this, he's got all of his weight planted on this. However, because he's slightly tilted, because the kick, I should say, first, is being thrown, he is slightly leaning back. It is creating a counterweight to that movement. And then there was another one that was really good. as well. We did some tins and stuff. These were great exercises as well, because these drawings were incomplete. And after building that understanding and working towards that imitation, doing things like this, like figuring out the rest of the drawing here and here, became easier and easier. You know, understanding perspective and understanding, you know, how his weight gets shifted as he leans forward on this foot. It's almost like this pose, just a more extreme version of it. And so being able to do that, use the horizon line to find how his legs have are spaced and placed, was a really good exercise, and I quite enjoyed that one. But yeah, so just looking at some of these things, like this one here and this one here, his legs aren't there, and so trying to plant this character in space so that it makes sense, so that it's not only in perspective but foreshortened if it needed to be, was a really good exercise. Understanding through the use of like actual physical movement, either getting up out of my chair or kind of imagining, you know, if I were to do this pose and I am squatting down, my center mass, which I'm carrying here in my hips and in my chest, is lowered as I squat. I'm squatting evenly across my feet. But for something like this, when I am leaning forward, I am bearing that weight down on this foot. And so this weight, all of my stuff, all of my weight is going to be in this area, being bared down on this. This is the stabilizer, finding the horizon line and then placing them in a way that feels good. And that is to say, you know, you could place the leg here, or you could place the feet on this line, but this leg would need to come back, you know. So it is possible to do that, but just, you know, depends on the purpose of the drawing. It depends on a bunch of things. Welcome back, RJ. And so yeah, gaining that understanding of the lower body, working through those things, understanding how weight gets distributed, you know, was able to put those things to practice and find not just best guess because, excuse me, not just best guess because of how the pose looks and how I think it should look, but thinking about the actual distribution of the weight, using the horizon line to find how these things are separated and spaced. They might not be entirely super duper accurate, but they're damn near close, and it's about gesture being more important than anatomy. So gesture over anatomy. So that is the bulk of what was focused on and the bulk of what was worked on today. Trying to think if there's anything else to chit chat on before hopping into this. Yeah, if anyone, you know, just as one final, you know, reminder of my study, the way I like to study, the way I like to practice and stuff, building that understanding. So whatever your focus is, if it's head, back, arms, full body, upper body, lower body, whatever, building that understanding. So understanding those planes, those forms, upper body, lower body, whatever it is, working towards imitation, right? We all have something that we enjoy watching or otherwise, drawing a style that we enjoy drawing in. So whoever that is, whatever show that is, whatever artist that is, working with their work through imitation, using understanding. Can I study this work with pencil and paper? Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's totally possible to do those things. It's totally possible to do it, you know, with pencil and paper, and for sure, it might make it a little bit harder when trying to trace. But if you have access to some type of makeshift light table. Like if you were to YouTube or Google search how to make a DIY light table, you could trace, use some thin sheets of paper to trace and build that imitation and that understanding through that work, through repetition. And then eventually, the stage that we are about to get into, the replication, using all of that understanding, all of that imitation, all of the tips and tricks that you pick up along the way, character weight distribution, things like that, little shorthand tips like these straight lines across the lower abdomen to indicate, folding of the body, just all of it, all of those things, using the understanding and the imitation to work on the replication. So now we're going to begin working on the replication part of things and start working towards replication. Starting to brain fog now that it's getting late into the day. Been streaming for 5 hours and 17 minutes. It's a good amount of time. I'm going to definitely go for at least another hour. I mean, I say that sounds like a lot, but I mean, that's going to end up being like, 3 poses, 4, maybe more, 4 poses. I think we did an hour with these guys and we got through 4, and that was just upper body, that wasn't even lower body. So gonna try and push through as much as I can. I am definitely excited to get to it, so I won't be dragging my feet about it or anything like that. I don't plan on cutting it short, but I am excited to get to my weekend, so let's get to it. Gonna turn these off. I don't want to be distracted by anything. In fact, actually, I think better than that, I'll just make a new page. And so looking at this reference, same way that I tried to break it down when tracing. I'd say, like, if this were a blank page, this is how I would tackle it. I want to tackle this, the same way. So I'm looking at this reference, I'm thinking, okay, the shoulders are going to tilt in this kind of fashion, and the body is kind of scrunched up. It's pretty straight on. It doesn't have too much bending, folding, or overlapping. But the hips are going to follow a similar enough tilt. From there, I want to work in my contours. So I see that, the shoulder comes down into the start of the hips, go up and around. This shoulder as well comes down into the chest, which comes down and around into the other side of the hips. This shape gets bent forward and becomes the hips, the lower body, lower bottom. From there, a center line can be established. He's kind of cocking back what looks like, he's getting ready to kick, some type of like punch kick combo type thing. I didn't look at the entire pose by pose, so I'm not sure exactly if this is just going to be like a Superman punch or maybe a kick or something, but finding that center line, following it down as his hips twist and bend. Then the hips can get placed in. The chest line can get placed in as well. And from there, work on creating that cod piece, that diaper, the underwear, And then we can see that his knee is kind of resting over the belly button area, just a hair. His leg extends, his ankle extends just a hair past his buttocks. Working on these forms. And the what was I gonna say? Making these a little bit larger as well. Trying to remember to this leg is sitting in front of everything, right? His foot has a little bit of an up tilt. It is still angled down, but it's not just down. It's like down and at you, almost, something like that. And then the butt, the leg coming out as well, bending in and over. His hand is kind of in this guard type of position. Working backwards into the arm. God, my back hurts so bad. My gosh. The shoulder and the hand quickly indicate that this was, I liked the shorthand for the fist, having the one finger and then a curve to indicate. You're making me want to go back if I remember any of my storyboard foundations. I mean, just do it regardless, man. Why am I showing you that I have not been using good storyboard foundations? You're making me want to go back just because I'm like doing such a bad job. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, no. I mean, do it, man. Always be going back. You know, watching those class videos, watching the any videos you might have saved. You know, stuff like that. Dude, my back is going crazy right now. I'm gonna fix that lower half in a second. Wanna, you know, at least try and remember to work general to specific. The neck gets plugged in here. And the head as well. this foot, I think the feet just in general need to be slightly bigger. This foot as well needs to kind of curve just a little bit. This is one of those curves that I just enjoy so much because it like breaks the body almost. Like it doesn't, but it does, like at the same time. So it's very cool, very enjoyable. You know, it's like outward, inward, down, like, and of course there's clothing there, so it's like you can't truly see it as it literally is, but yeah. And then this foot shape is very appealing too. The kind of like slightly lifted kind of you know, that thing. Yeah, very enjoyable. Very good stuff. Great job. So yeah, not bad. You know, it's the first one of trying to do the replication stage, so not too terribly shabby. Then eventually maybe getting into like what is it, like actually giving these characters like faces and stuff, because that's something that I 100% want to get better at. Is I really do want to be able to I want to be able to draw in a no, it does. I don't want to be like super anime, but I want to at least understand, right? Build that understanding of how to illustrate faces in a more anime way, and not just in a more like I don't know, adult animation type of way. I think it would be really cool to eventually, I don't know, one day, super wishful thinking, but it would be cool to work in like actual anime. Would be very fun, like a bucket list kind of a thing, right? My guy's still grinding. That's right, man. Don't stop. Don't stop. Won't stop. Cool. So, I mean, that's good enough for me, right? It's hard to get these things entirely right when there's clothing on them, but again, that is the fun of trying to figure it out. You know, I feel like the spacing here is good. I think the spacing here could be maybe slightly closer. It's kind of a it's not really the exact proportions, but again, it's this whole thing, it's gesture, not anatomy. So, you know, if I'm drawing this guy, if I'm illustrating this guy, if I'm making this character using this reference when boarding something, you know, all I care about is whether or not this pose reads, and and then the pose that comes after whenever he's, you know, I don't know, doing the actual kick or whatever. If those read, then it's a good day, you know. That's all you need. I'm gonna quickly get these in real quick, and then move on to the next one. But yeah, so next week, what I plan on is working towards gesture drawing. So basically doing this same thing, finding reference and drawing finding reference and then drawing, gestures from it. But I want to work on being quicker, and more gestural, just getting the pose down quickly. That'll be next week, as best I can. Trying to get this process going. For now, this is taking it slow. It's trying to apply what was worked on today into the drawings, into the understanding of it, so that I can build on it. I'm not worried about going quick just yet. That'll come, as I work on gesture and stuff. Currently what I want to work on is just, taking it slow, really trying to get these forms and things right, as if I were, drawing a guy doing a kick or something. Gesture and speed will come more and more as practice and repetition kind of come into play. So that's one pose. I think if I go up, there were some poses here. Like this one, just off the bat, is a really interesting one. Yeah, you can see the bottom of the foot here. You can see, I'm just gonna stick with this one. I could look around for another one, but I mean, this one just has so many unique things going on. You've got really extreme foreshortening here in the thigh area. Going back, you see the top of the foot here. The body is tilted and foreshortened in a way. You see the back of the butt a little bit, the complete bottom of the thigh, the back and side of the calf, and then completely just the bottom of the foot. It's a really good one. It's a really challenging one. So if I mess up on this one, don't laugh. Just kidding. Just kidding. You can laugh. Just don't tell me. Okay, so same thing. Want to think about how the shoulder is positioned, and this one is interesting because it kind of like, without seeing it, like just knowing the body, it kind of does like that kind of a thing. You've got one shoulder here that you can't quite see, and then the other shoulder, it's like, and then the back and stuff. I don't know. It's interesting. Very interesting pose for sure. But I think I'll primarily focus on the relationship between the arm and, well, not literally the arm. This isn't to indicate where the fist connects to the shoulder. This is more so the back. Excuse me. More so the back and the shoulder's relationship, and how, the neck, the shoulder and stuff, there's this flat plane along there. It's kind of, I don't know. That's what I'm thinking, right? Whether or not it's correct or not, that's what I'm thinking. Zoom out a little bit so I don't stay zoomed in accidentally in tunnel vision on certain things. So yeah, following this angle, kind of cool because you can see a little bit of the front plane of the hips. So like I could put this in there, right, like that. And I guess I will I'll do it like that, just to kind of see how this feels. Gonna move this forward a little bit more. That's starting to feel good. My mind's eye is kind of seeing like this kind of a shape in there, just with the way that this is looking. man, what a challenging pose for sure. Without, I don't want to just like scribble some things down. I want to sit here. I want to think about it a little bit. So yeah, the shoulder comes down. We have the back. Then it's going to wrap around the top of the shoulder and down into the chest. And that's going to follow down all the way into the underside of the body. Then you get the back of the butt, and then finally back around into this, like, again, this weird oobleck kind of wacky bean type shape, right? Center line down and down, and then eventually coming down and underneath the thigh. God, it's so difficult trying to force myself to keep my screen pushed out, because I want to work on, okay, here's this and here's this, and then I scoot over here, but I'm trying to break that. I don't need to be zoomed out all the way here. I mean, this is a pretty wide pose, right? But I definitely don't want to be zoomed in. I want to make sure I can see the relationship between all these bits and pieces. So anywho, now that we've got that, we can kind of see a better indication of the front and side view of this body. So my best guess is telling me that these hips are going to be placed in here and then down and kind of like that, because this is a pretty extreme pose. You don't really get to see the other side of the hips too well. Some pretty gnarly foreshortening going on here with the way that the knee, and what's a cool little thing is looking at the relationship between your reference, like different points on the reference, right? So like, it's not entirely accurate, but where the fist is and where this foot is, they're kind of on that same, I mean, the foot is a little bit lower, but they're kind of on that same line. So looking at things like that, and then the elbow, for example, and I'm jumping ahead, I'm not going to stick with this, but the elbow and the foot down here, like helping to make sure that things stay proportionally kind of where they need to be, just to make sure that that gesture is pushed. And you can really push the gesture, like take the reference and make it more extreme, but I think I'll wait to do something like that, maybe. So you can see a little bit of the top of the thigh here. God, dude, what an extreme pose. Again, like I said, this kind of comes up and down. You'll see a little bit more of that kind of a shape there. Pushing this down so that the shape of the knee is captured on the right side. Oh, hey Cal, it's me, Beauty Hole Prawn. I'm so confused. I'm sorry. Hello. Yeah, the relationship between the knee there is not feeling right, but I think I'm seeing why. Something like this. Oh, nice. What's up? Thank you, RJ. Nice to meet you. So yeah, the relationship between that and that, looking good there. That knee's kind of wonky, but it's just, I think, being unfamiliar with the perspective is making it look weird. So again, now moving back up the body, into the shoulder, here, into the head, here, into the arm, and maybe skinning this back, and then into the hand. Cool, it's looking good. Some of that tricep down in there. And then now I'll wait on this hand. I want to this good. So this knee is lined up with this knee and is lined up with the shoulder ever so slightly. I think I see now. It's like a size thing. Just making it appear just a little bit off. God, was it though? I mean, my gosh, dude, what a strange pose. I'm glad I chose it. When you're working, when you're studying, do things that are hard. Don't do things that are easy. You don't learn as much, you know? So definitely always be getting outside of your comfort zone. And I will say right now, drawing this hard ass pose in front of anybody, God, dude, it's fucking difficult. But it is fun. Regardless, it is fun. So this kind of ends up being here. And then here. And then this wicked shape of the foot is here. And you really just cannot see a single thing of the side or bottom of the foot, or side or top of the foot. Okay, I'm starting to see. Now. Push this back a little bit. There we go. Starting to feel good. Yeah. What a strong pose. My word. I mean, what a good one though, because, you know, after conquering this, it's gonna be like there's only going to be so much that scares me, right? Just kidding. So, yeah, let's see. So, I don't think the indicators work super well there. And then I think the only, I mean, there might be more wrong, but one thing that again stands out immediately looking at this is the overlapping, the relationship between the top of the body and the bottom of the body. Like, I want to kind of, I don't know, do something like this and do something like this to fix, maybe not to fix, but to push, right? To push it. And then I think one final push back on this will have this feeling good. Just giving the illusion of seeing more of the top of the thigh. And then, of course, the arm gets put in right beneath right at the top of the hip, beneath or behind, I guess I should say, behind the elbow. Not too terrible. Some of these lines, like these extra lines, are only hurting because they're giving the impression of that the form is like going in the wrong direction. I think a little bit more hip indication here. Some extra back muscle. What a challenging one. My goodness, but what a fun one to overcome. I think that's all right. Nice. Cool. Yeah. I mean, again, when you're only gonna see this for one frame, it's hard to you know, overdo it too much. I mean, I guess it's easy technically. It's easy to overdo it too much. Man, I really should have switched this. I should have had the dark spot of the thing. Maybe I'll go and recolor before I post. That way I can have the bottom be lighter. But yeah, not too terrible. It was challenging, for sure. It was super challenging, but it was very fun. And so this is you know, how I want to think about the replication part of studying. You know, spending the earlier parts focusing on gosh darn it, I messed that up. Spending the earlier parts focusing on the imitation and understanding, building on those, and then spending the latter part of the study session focusing on the replication. It's awesome. And I would totally like I don't know. Hello? I guess this. Like try and like darken in some things, but because that would only oh man, I'm not doing it. Oh, I guess something like that, right? Then they had this line, like, I love that. That looks cool. But I'm not worried about that. But if I needed to be, you know, something like that would only help to show off this plane instead of it just being one solid flat color, right? What an insane pose. Really strong pose. Really difficult one. You know, it was front view, top view, side view, but also bottom or back, not bottom maybe, but back view of the leg into the straight bottom view of the foot. And I only added this part to help sell the twist, but straight bottom view. Pretty gnarly pose there. Homeboy's head, I think, is a little too big here. His hair threw me off. He's got like really big thick hair. Cool. All right. Let's do another one. How long's that been? Oh my gosh, really? It's been an hour. Yeah, the full bodies take kind of a bit, but they are enjoyable to think about. They are fun. It's a challenge. Well, if you challenge yourself to draw something outside of your comfort zone and something that's going to test your, your knowledge. Have you been paying attention? It can be fun. There was one the other day that we had gone through. These were great for upper body, man. Look at those. Should have done some more of those. I'm not focusing on clothing, so I don't want to do anything. Do anything too clothing heavy, just because it'll block too many of the forms. I want to build that understanding first, know what the body is doing, and then add clothes on top of it. I don't want to. I don't think it would be ruining the study session, but I don't want to ruin my study session, my process of breaking these things down by jumping into clothing just yet. God, look at that. He's just full sending it. That's crazy. This is a good one. And these are so tricky. I'm tempted to do this one. I'm also tempted to do this guy. He's got a really strong pose. But these are they're so tricky. Just because it's upside down, like this pose itself, he's not really doing anything too crazy that would mess you up, right? But the fact that it's upside down is like it's putting everything on its head. Let's see, these are some really crazy foreshortening, really good stuff. Tempted to do one of those. I want to find one that is just a little more challenging. I mean, these are cool. Don't get me wrong. These are really, really great. But they're kind of flat. I mean, not really super flat, but they're pretty flat. Now these are some crazy poses. What the heck is that? Okay. We're gonna do that one. That's a nut one, dude. What a nutty pose. I love that. That's awesome. So not only is it upside down, but I'm like trying to rotate my head to view it. Not only is it upside down, but it's got some wacky stuff going on. You can see top of the foot, but the bottom of the foot, the bottom of the leg, but the top of the leg. And if we were to rotate it, I mean, it's honestly just a kick, right? But there's good enough stuff going on that I think it would be really solid to try and attempt this one. Okay. Whew. Let's do this one here. All right. So, man, so intimidating, the the blank canvas, but also so freeing. You can put anything you want. It's your canvas, right? Anyway, so the shoulders are doing that kind of a thing. The hips are doing that kind of a thing. Slightly outside of the range of the hips, or the shoulders, I mean. We'll call that center line for now as we build out the contour of the body. So once again, the body, or the bottom, the bodium, and then the contour of the waist into the chest, and of the waist into the chest. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. In fact, I'm going to start over real quick and put it about here. Try and draw just a hair smaller, just in general. Okay. So it's a little bit tricky because it appears as though his shoulder is being scrunched into this hip, but really it's just the leg is kind of covering, or not really covering, but sitting next to the abs so much that it appears that their shoulders like squishing in. So don't want to get tricked, bamboozled. Body, the hips are spinning, and again, this shape it's a 3D shape, but not illustrating it as such, right? So this bend here is to represent the bending of the hips, hopefully, if I'm not, if I'm not wrong. Then the center line, and my gosh, is this difficult to think about when he's upside down. Then putting in some of those common lines, like the chest line here, the hips, his butt and crotch, and then his head. The 2/3 into the arms. This one is going kind of more straight off. This one is kind of angling itself up a little bit. This knee is not quite, but close to the, oh, my back, the elbow, and the shoulder. And then getting into the hips, or the thigh, I guess. Don't stylize. Don't overcomplicate it. The foot, and then the hand. I'm gonna erase this. He's doing kind of like a thing, like where okay. Then the foot once more. This awesome. I love this foot shape. This kind of like, without adding any extra form, this, right? It's so appealing. Looks real good, real simple. Real simple and clean. It's the way that we're drawing these feet tonight. Okay, this is feeling a little bit small comparatively. So fix that like that. Is lining up with the head, just about. So now that I know just about, once again, just about, where to place that, I'm going to roughen some stuff here. And it's got this kind of like overall bend to it. I don't think that's a bad thing to try and exaggerate. Depending on, how far you take that. Once again, these could be a little bit not just bigger, because if we just make them bigger, the proportions are gonna be off, but like chonkier, something like that. This is covered by this and that, something like that. This, the knee, trying to get right, especially like on this pose, now on this one. It sits over here. It doesn't sit like square in the middle. it sits like on a bias a little bit. Get rid of these lines here. And then dink dink. So I see from here this could be a little bit bigger. From here that this could come down, which will give the illusion of this being longer. And then from there, this guy kind of hits the chin, the shoulder, something like that. It ends up being somewhere over here. Something like that, just rough in. Quick little indicator of some hand and fingers. The movie we watched, In the Mood for Love, was banging. I have not heard of that. I have not heard of that. Alright, almost done with this one, thank goodness. Man, these challenging poses are a good time sink. It's freaking nice to fill this out. So now I just want to what I'm thinking, I guess. Oh wait, Wong Kar-wai movie, poetic cinematography. That's cool. Yeah, definitely check it out. Want to form out some of those, like the ribs here, and then down into the hips, just to fill that out more. Now that I know where the shoulder is, I want to bring this down a little bit more so that it can have a little bit of a bend here, like here, and then here. That's right, like something like that. But yeah, now that I have this, I can show that lat a little bit more, because I know kind of where it needs to sit based on the arm. his hand a little bit bigger because I think that would just maybe not so much bigger. I think it would make it look good though. And then really the only thing I think left, I mean I'll probably find something else real quick, but is I would like to bring this up a little bit more. Excuse me. And better articulate some of this stuff here. So something like that. And again, this is like drawing it slow, thinking about it. I want to next week do more gesture style drawings, a little bit quicker, and work towards again being quick, trying to get down some of those forms faster. Belly button at the top of the hips, and then you can roll where the bladder is. And then I like to have this overlapping form, this overlapping shape here in the lats. I think it looks really good. So that's essentially, that's just the lat, and then letting the abdomen kind of come and sneak behind it. I think that looks really good. Alright, foot seems a little bit big. That's just from when we resized the leg. Other than that, once again, if this was just, it's just on the screen for a second, this is just the person doing this flip or this kick or whatever, they're going to do it relatively quickly. It's only going to be on the screen for a moment. So, is the gesture good? I'd say so. I mean, this is one heck of a kick, or a flip, or whatever. Yeah, I think it looks alright. Cool. That was another 20-ish minutes. So I'll do probably one more and then call it. Just so that it's kind
kind of at the top of the hour. Plus, it's the weekend. I can work hard on Friday and then take it a little bit easy for the rest of the day. Looks good. I think what I would do now that I'm sat back a little bit. So I would pull that in more. I think that looks probably best. So, cool. Oh my goodness, dude. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Cool. It's a perfect little 5 minutes. 5 minutes of coloring and talking, I guess. Alright, let's see. For the last one, I mean, we did a scrunched up one. We did one splayed out, going crazy. Excuse me. We did one upside down, going crazy. Something stacked, like overlapping like this would be super solid. Or side view where you're not seeing, like, you know, the other pieces. Seems good too. Like one of these, maybe. This one. This one seems really good, actually. Lots of foreshortening here. Kind of overlapping. I might stick with that one. That one's on page 20. I might stick with that one. That one's really good. This one's also good. I enjoy. Man, dude, they be flipping. Holy crap. yeah, I think that was a good one. Because there were. This is also really good, but this is like. Hmm, yeah, I mean. Wow. I'm torn a little bit. These are really good. Although the jacket is so bunched up, it's so hard to make out well some of those forms. And I'm not worried about clothes yet, just yet. Wow, look at that. Man, I gotta reference this. This is some good hand-to-hand ideas in here. Yeah, I think I'll just stick with that one on page 20. This one. Seems good enough to me. And I'm just I'm just worried about this this top guy. Not homie underneath, waiting to catch him. Ooh, big stretch. Okay. Last one. Let's go. Then a little bit of chatting, and then that's it. So, awesome. Move this one over here. And oh, goodness, I'm sleepy. Getting there. All right. So, hopefully I can get this one done a little bit quicker. That would be awesome. I'm not gonna rush it or anything. I'm not gonna like push myself to get it done quicker, but this one is a little bit simpler, kind of. So, shoulders, hips, maybe not as much. There we go. Again, I wanna try and overlap these shapes. I don't want to go too far and then have it feel flat. So shoulders, hips, kind of feel out the contour, the outline of some of these, of some of these, the outline of this guy's pose and body. Once we get down to the hips, his butt comes in, and it kind of does one of these things, right? Center line. Hips. You're not gonna see the I don't know, the bladder pooch, right? So I call it. Your bladder kind of sits in here, so you're not gonna see that on this pose just because the legs start to come up. That leg starts to come up right around chest level, so I'm just gonna drop in a soft little indicator for the knee there, and then get into excuse me, get into placing that You can't see his other leg. Because his foot is in the way. Man, that foreshortening is nuts. So his leg is here. And then in this same kind of line, his foot ends up populating kind of right here. Just super duper roughing this out more so than I have anything else. I don't know if that's just how I'm feeling it or if I'm just getting tired at this point. I'm not leaving it like this, just trying to get an idea of the spacing. This doesn't feel as foreshortened as it needs to be. Because I mean, looking at the space from where his toe box is on his left foot, you know, not this one, it feels like it should be something more like that. I think when you're pushing a pose, especially one that's like foreshortened so hard like this, going extreme first is probably, I don't know, probably better. And then trying to bring it back to not really reality, but bring it back to a normal. His pants are so baggy, makes it really hard to tell what form is what. His shoulders are rolling down. Chest is kind of doing this, you know, more of a barrel shape. That same kind of issue where it's like making the calves or the thighs a little too thick, getting the better of me.
this, and then this. Right, it's like okay, getting there. Actually, more so like this. I'm not trying to get the hands exactly. I just want to get them looking good for the pose, you know? Which I say that because that one wasn't working out, and this one I'm not too happy with. I think I want him to be more bracing, right? Like like he's bracing himself to fall or something. I don't know. Or he just got hoisted up, and so it's like he's kind of catching himself. Trying to get away with that bend thing here, but I was like overdoing it. Not too terrible. Want to stylize this one a little bit less. And then this one needs to come more towards camera. Cool. Maybe this can go down just a little bit. Oh, there we go. I was like, what the hell did I just do? Cool. And I mean, that looks good to me. Good enough stopping point. And again, one more time. Gesture over anatomy. Very cool, very cool. All right. I'm gonna color, I guess, kind of. I'm gonna color these. Oh my gosh, dang it. Or color this one. Do a little bit of talking, and then call it. Good shit today.
Okay. Wow. I'm following you. It's your first stream, and it's been real helpful. Thank you so much. Oh, dude, that makes me feel just so good. Thank you so much, man. Good to see you again. Awesome. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. So we are done. This again. If you've been sticking through the stream, you've heard me say it so many gosh darn times. But this would be the replication part of my study process, my current study process that I like to do as of a week or two ago. And so, to break it down, this is the end of week 1 anatomy, day 3 lower body. Day 1, Monday, we worked on heads. It was awesome. That stream, the VOD for that will be coming up this weekend. So if you are interested in checking that out and kind of want to skim through it and see little bits and pieces of it, it was my first stream, so whether or not it's better or worse than this one was, you tell me in the comments. I don't know. But worked on heads, and then Wednesday was upper body. Today is lower body. And I wanted to approach refreshing myself on those things from my perspective as a storyboard artist. So focusing on the forms, the shorthand, and the simplification of anatomy to make it more manageable for things like boarding and animation. To do that, I follow a study plan of 3 things. It's a 3-step process. That is understanding, imitation, replication. So to run through it one final time to wrap this up, the understanding is figuring out and isolating what part of whatever it is you're trying to work on. If that's anatomy, if it's faces, animation, whatever it is, right? Understand the foundation of those concepts. If it's anatomy, understanding the body. If it's animation, understanding some of the principles behind the animation, but getting a technical look at the foundation of whatever it is that you're trying to study. So just to give some insight, this is me trying to understand the lower body and some of its planes, simplifying them into their simplest form based off of things that you can observe through other people's shorthand and animation, things like that. So after figuring it out and trying my best to understand some of those forms and some of those planes, then taking that understanding and doing methodical tracing. Now, not just tracing blindly, make sure that if you are going to trace, that you're not just following the line, you're not just going through the motions. What a waste of your time. You could be doing something else. Don't do that. If you are going to trace, that is. And again, this is all just my opinion. But taking that understanding and using that combination of your understanding and the tracing, which would be the imitating, to find those commonalities in shorthand, in animation, in a style, and whatever it is you're trying to study. If it's animation, seeing those like repeated principles of animation, things like that. What are they doing constantly, and why does it look so good? So for the lower body today, it was understanding this line that comes out and how the muscles of the thigh connect and create this plane on the thigh, and this plane, even without a line, is indicated through shadow and highlight, and it just really helps to round out these forms. It really helps to make these forms pop and look three-dimensional when we're drawing them on a 2D environment. So understanding things like weight distribution. So not only, are you sitting here going through the motions, tracing these things, trying your best to find little things like this. For example, this is a common indicator for the chest. It is used all the time. Here it's a straight line. Here it's that same line, but again, not just to trace it, but understanding, oh yeah, the chest is a round barrel-like shape that has form and weight to it, and blah blah blah. So this line, even though it appears, straight here, is going to wrap around the shape. So, just paying attention to things like that when you're tracing, and just making constant mental notes to yourself. Things like this, breaking down the cod piece, the diaper, the underwear of this shorthand. Making notes constantly to yourself in your mind about all of these constantly used repeated lines, repeated shorthands, and things like that. And that's the imitation, right? So taking understanding, which is whatever it is, anatomy, principles of animation, building the understanding, then working on the imitation, right? So working towards repeating these lines. Oh, look, here it is again. I'm going to imitate that. Here's that diaper shape. I'm going to imitate that. Imitate. Don't just blindly trace, but imitate. And then, after going through countless redraws and tracings and things like that, working on the replication, which I did briefly here. It was 2 hours. It was like 1.5 hours. But the replication is taking your understanding, taking the things that you imitated, taking the things that you noticed, the shorthands, the weight distribution, all of the little notes that you made to yourself, and then replicating with your own reference. No longer tracing, no longer copying, but referencing your own poses, either from Posebook Online or from video media, whatever it is, and then applying those things to the reference drawings. Oh look, here's that line to indicate the chest. Well, if I take a look at the reference, the dude's wearing a shirt. You know what I mean? So don't just blindly trace. Don't waste your time studying if you're not going to study, and get really good use and good mileage out of the time that you're spending studying. Take notes to yourself, you're doing it for yourself. You're not doing it for homework. You're not doing it for a teacher, for a grade. So it's on you, to study these things properly. And this isn't me telling anyone else. This is me telling myself. This is me reminding myself at the end of a long 6 hours and 57 minutes and 36 seconds of streaming and working. This is just a reminder, me signing off. Hey, when you go take your break, remember these things. So not to talk at anyone, just to kind of remind myself. But anyway, so that's the study process, if anyone was curious, that I like to use. Understanding, build that understanding, imitation, copy, trace, take notes, and then replicate, putting those things towards your own drawing, whether that be full body, upper body, whatever it is you're focusing on. And yeah, make sure that you use your time wisely. You've got limited time during the day to study, so do it well. So that is going to do it for week 1 anatomy. This is day 3 lower body, wrapping it up. Next week I am going to be jumping into studying gesture and getting into extreme movements and keys, extreme keys of a movement. So if somebody's throwing a punch, what are those main poses of the punch, breaking those things down, all different types, running, walking, punching, things like that. I don't know exactly how I want to break that up just yet. It'll be the same schedule, so Monday, Wednesday, Friday, streaming for about 5 to 7 hours depending on the day and how I'm feeling, and how much I want to cover in that study session. So if this kind of stuff is fun for you, if you enjoy it, catch me live. If not, enjoy the VOD. But yeah, so next week will be gesture drawing. So taking all of this stuff, all of the slow, planning out and drawing and trying to speed that up so that this model of study, this model of educating myself, can be applied towards gesture. So, very quickly putting something down, blah, 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 right? We'll get to that next week. I'm burnt. I'm burnt out. But one hell of a week. I'm very happy with the progress I've made this week. I'm going to post everything that was worked on, the heads, the lower body, the upper body. Probably not tonight. I'll probably post it tomorrow. So if that kind of stuff interests you, the Instagram is Kid Caliber. So check it out. Follow me. Tell your homies. If you know someone that can hire me, pass it along. I'm looking for a job. I'm trying to work in this drought of industry and animation. But if you know someone, slide them my stuff. Anyway, I'll be seeing you guys next week. I'm gonna drop a post describing some of the stuff I plan to go over next week, including gesture, keys, breakdowns. Not animation. I'm not an animator. I mean, I am an animator, but I focus on the rougher side of laying those things out, like boarding. So I'm not going to be going over, I'm not going to be teaching anything at all, but I am going to be teaching myself and reteaching myself some of those things, those keys and breakdowns and stuff, and trying to really hone in on what is important for me as a hopeful action board artist to develop those skills so that I can, work in the industry for a very long time. So again, if that stuff interests you, I'll be seeing you next week. Thank you so much for hanging out and stopping by. Check out the Instagram, Kid Caliber, and be looking out for those posts, dropping the stuff that we worked on this week and dropping the schedule for next week. I will see you guys later, and enjoy your weekend. Good stuff.